Hey there, and welcome to Crime for Sleep. I know you're having trouble falling asleep, so let me keep you company with true crime stories from around the world. Before we dive in, I'm curious, where did you first hear this one? If you enjoy these stories, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Now get comfortable, and let's get into tonight's case. Crime 1, the body was discovered in a shallow grave behind the elementary school. The face was bruised, the jaw dislocated, but when the coroner opened the mouth, they found a tiny piece of paper folded into a triangle. It simply read, "Wrong one." In the small town of Millfield, Vermont, population 8,743, everyone knew Elaine Matheson. At 42, she'd been teaching third grade at Millfield Elementary for almost 2 decades. Students who had once sat cross-legged on her classroom carpet now brought their own children to meet Ms. Matheson on the first day of school. She lived alone in a modest 2-bedroom house on Maple Street, just 3 blocks from the school, close enough to walk each morning with her tote bag full of papers and her thermos of black coffee. Elaine was a creature of habit. Every weekday, she would arrive at school at precisely 7:15 a.m. Every Friday, she would visit Darcy's Diner for the meatloaf special. Every other Saturday, she would drive to Burlington to visit her mother in the assisted living facility. People set their watches by Elaine Matheson's routines. Until February 17th, 2023, when she didn't show up for work. It wasn't like Elaine to miss school without calling in. The school secretary, Meredith Paulson, tried Elaine's cell phone 3 times before asking the principal to check on her. Principal Gordon Davies drove the short distance to Elaine's house during his lunch break. Her blue Honda Civic was in the driveway. The front door was locked. The curtains were drawn. No one answered his knocks. Davies called the local police. Officer Pete Sims responded to the call, arriving at Elaine's house at 1:42 p.m. Using his flashlight to peer through the windows, he noticed nothing unusual at first. The house looked tidy, as expected from someone as organized as Elaine. But when he circled to the back door, he found it slightly ajar. A small smudge, which would later be identified as blood, marked the white door frame. Inside, the house told a story without words. A half-empty cup of tea sat on the coffee table. The television was on, but muted. A book lay open, face down on the couch. Elaine's reading glasses rested on top. It looked as though she had simply stepped away for a moment and would return any second to continue reading. But Elaine wasn't there. The initial missing persons report noted no signs of struggle, no indication of forced entry except for the slightly open back door. Elaine's purse was still in the house, her wallet intact with $43 in cash. Her cell phone was charging on her bedside table. Her car keys hung on the hook by the front door. For the first 48 hours, the people of Millfield held on to hope. Perhaps Elaine had experienced some kind of mental break. Maybe she had wandered off, disoriented. Some even whispered that the unmarried teacher might have had a secret boyfriend, someone she'd run away with on impulse. Those who knew her best dismissed such theories immediately. Elaine Matheson was not impulsive. She was not the type to wander. And if she had a secret life, she had kept it secret from everyone. On the 3rd day, the regional news picked up the story. Beloved teacher missing, community concerned. Flyers with Elaine's photo appeared on telephone poles and in shop windows. Her 3rd grade students made cards hoping for her safe return, which accumulated on her empty desk. It was a child who found her. 10-year-old Dylan Winters was taking a shortcut home from school, walking along the wooded area that bordered the playground. Something caught his eye, a patch of disturbed earth, partially covered with branches and leaves, but with what looked like fabric peeking through. What Dylan had discovered would haunt him for years to come. The forensic team worked carefully, methodically removing the soil that covered Elaine Matheson's body. She had been buried in a shallow grave just 18 inches deep. She was still wearing the clothes she had presumably worn the night she disappeared, gray sweatpants and a Millfield Elementary sweatshirt. Her feet were bare. The autopsy revealed that Elaine had died from strangulation. There were defensive wounds on her hands and forearms, indicating she had fought her attacker. Her fingernails contained skin cells that would eventually provide DNA evidence. But the detail that captured everyone's attention, the detail that transformed this from a tragic local murder into something more disturbing, was the note found in her mouth. Folded meticulously into a perfect triangle pressed against the roof of her mouth was a small piece of paper. The message, typed in a common font on ordinary printer paper, "Wrong one." Those two words changed everything about the investigation. Detective Sarah Calloway took charge of the case. A 20-year veteran with the Vermont State Police, Calloway had seen her share of homicides, but this one troubled her from the start. The careful placement of the note suggested premeditation and ritual. The message itself implied that Elaine's death was a mistake, or more disturbingly, that someone else had been the intended target. As Detective Calloway began interviewing Elaine's colleagues, neighbors, and acquaintances, a pattern emerged. Everyone loved Ms. Matheson. No one could imagine who would want to harm her. She had no enemies, no volatile relationships, no dramatic conflicts in her life. She was, by all accounts, unremarkable in the best possible way, kind, reliable, present. Calloway dug deeper. She obtained warrants for Elaine's phone records, email accounts, and financial statements. Nothing unusual appeared. No mysterious phone calls, no unexplained withdrawals or deposits, no secret communications with unknown parties. The only slightly unusual detail was a series of 3 hang-up calls to Elaine's home phone in the week before her disappearance. Each call came between 10:30 and 11:00 p.m., when Elaine would likely have been preparing for bed. The calls came from a prepaid cell phone that had never been registered and was no longer active. As winter gave way to spring, the investigation continued. The DNA found under Elaine's fingernails didn't match anyone in the database. The tire tracks found near the burial site could have belonged to dozens of vehicles in the area. The note yielded no fingerprints other than the coroner's. Then came the second note. On April 3, 2023, exactly 45 days after Elaine's body was discovered, the Millfield Police Department received an envelope with no return address. Inside was a piece of paper, folded in the same triangular pattern as the note found in Elaine's mouth. This one read, "Still looking." The handwriting analysis confirmed what many had suspected. The same person had written both notes. The paper was the same common brand available at any office supply store. The ink came from the same type of printer. There were no fingerprints, no DNA, no traceable evidence on the envelope or its contents. Detective Calloway ordered increased patrols around Millfield Elementary and the surrounding neighborhood. She arranged for community meetings to discuss safety measures. She interviewed Elaine's colleagues again, this time asking specifically about any students or parents who might have harbored resentment toward another teacher, someone who could have mistaken Elaine for their intended victim. Several names emerged. There was Mr. Peterson, the 6th grade math teacher who had failed the son of a man with a history of violent outbursts. There was Ms. Winters, the art teacher who had recently ended a turbulent relationship with someone described as unstable. There was Mrs. Fitzgerald, the assistant principal who resembled Elaine in build and hair color. and who had testified in a contentious custody battle the previous year. Each lead was investigated, each potential connection was explored, none led to conclusive evidence. Spring became summer, summer faded into fall. Elaine's third-grade classroom welcomed new students under the guidance of a new teacher. Her house was eventually emptied and sold, the proceeds going to her elderly mother. The case remained open but inactive. Detective Calloway kept a copy of the case file at home, reviewing it on sleepless nights, searching for something everyone had missed. It was almost exactly 1 year after Elaine's disappearance when the third note arrived. This time it wasn't sent to the police. It was found by the new occupants of Elaine's former home, a young couple with a baby on the way. They had been renovating the bathroom, removing the old medicine cabinet to replace it with something more modern. Behind the cabinet, tucked into the wall, was a small triangular piece of paper. "Write one next." The young couple immediately contacted the police. Detective Calloway arrived within the hour, bagging the note as evidence and questioning the couple about when the renovation had begun, who had access to their home, whether they had noticed anything unusual since moving in. They hadn't. Everything had been perfectly normal. They had been living there for almost 5 months with no incidents. How long had the note been there? Had it been placed there before Elaine's death, suggesting her killer had been in her home previously? Had it been placed there after her death but before the house was sold? Or had someone entered the new owner's home without their knowledge? The case was officially reopened. The FBI became involved, bringing resources and expertise that hadn't been available during the initial investigation. The Behavioral Analysis Unit created a profile of the killer, likely male, aged 25-45, methodical, patient, with a personal but indirect connection to the school or its staff. Someone who blended in, someone unremarkable. Someone perhaps like David Paulson, the school janitor who had worked at Millfield Elementary for 6 years. David, who had access to every room in the building. David, who knew the routines of every teacher. David, the brother of school secretary Meredith Paulson. David, whose alibi for the night of Elaine's disappearance had been provided by his sister. When the FBI looked more closely at David Paulson, they found nothing overtly suspicious. No criminal record, no history of violence, no obvious motive for harming Elaine or anyone else at the school. But they did find something interesting. Before coming to Millfield, David had worked as a janitor at a school in Pennsylvania where a teacher had gone missing. That case remained unsolved. On February 14, 2024, almost 2 years after Elaine's disappearance, David Paulson was brought in for questioning. For hours he maintained his innocence, calmly answering questions, showing appropriate concern but no anxiety. It wasn't until Detective Calloway mentioned the Pennsylvania case that something in his demeanor changed. A slight tightening around the eyes, a barely perceptible increase in his breathing rate, a new stillness in his hands. The FBI obtained a warrant to search David's apartment and the small storage unit he rented on the outskirts of town. In the storage unit, hidden inside a box of old textbooks, they found a printer that matched the one used to create the notes. They found a stack of the same paper, and they found a small notebook containing names, dates, and locations, some crossed out, others circled. Elaine Matheson's name was crossed out. Next to it was written, not her. Another name was circled, Margaret Fitzgerald, the assistant principal who resembled Elaine. David Paulson was arrested and charged with Elaine's murder. He refused to speak further without an attorney present. The evidence against him was circumstantial but compelling. the prosecutor prepared for what would likely be a difficult trial. But there would be no trial. 2 weeks after his arrest, David Paulson was found dead in his cell. He had somehow obtained a small piece of paper, folded it into a triangle, and swallowed it. The paper expanded in his throat, cutting off his air supply before guards could intervene. When the medical examiner removed the paper from his throat, they found a message. The final note read, "Write one after all." The case of Elaine Matheson was officially closed. The FBI concluded that David Paulson had intended to kill Margaret Fitzgerald, but had mistaken Elaine for her, a tragic case of mistaken identity. The notes were his way of communicating with himself, part of a delusional ritual that only he fully understood. But some questions remained unanswered. How had the note found its way behind the medicine cabinet in Elaine's home? Had David placed it there before or after her death? How had he obtained the means to end his life while in custody? And why, if Margaret Fitzgerald had been his intended victim, did he never attempt to harm her during the 2 years between Elaine's death and his arrest? Detective Calloway retired the following year. She kept a copy of the case file, adding it to the small collection of unsolved mysteries that she continued to ponder. Sometimes, on quiet nights, she would lay out the photographs of the 3 notes, studying the precise triangular folds, wondering what message might have been hidden in their geometry. In Millfield, life gradually returned to normal. A small memorial garden was planted outside Elaine's former classroom window. Each year, the 3rd grade class would plant flowers there on the anniversary of her death. The young couple who had bought her house eventually welcomed a healthy baby girl. They named her Elaine, though they told everyone it was a family name. And in the elementary school, a new janitor was hired. He was quiet, efficient, unremarkable. He learned the routines of each teacher. He had keys to every room. He watched and waited, blending into the background of daily life. In his pocket, he carried a small piece of paper, folded into a triangle. Crime 2, the first Saturday of every month, Clara Mendez would drive her weathered blue Honda through the quiet neighborhoods of Lakewood, Massachusetts. A 36-year-old librarian with a modest apartment and a passion for other people's discarded treasures, she had developed a ritual of mapping out garage sales the night before. Her colleagues at the Lakewood Public Library knew not to expect her until after lunch on these Saturdays. It was on one such morning in April 2019 when Clara pulled up to the Sanders residence on Elmwood Drive. The property stood out from its neighbors, not for its grandeur, but for its neglect. Overgrown hedges framed a Victorian home whose white paint had long since surrendered to the elements. A hand-painted sign reading, "Estate Sale, Everything Must Go," hung crookedly on the front gate. The elderly woman who greeted Clara explained that her sister had passed away 3 months prior, and the family was finally clearing out her belongings. She was a collector, the woman said with a weary smile, of everything it seems. Clara moved through rooms cluttered with vintage clothing, stacks of Reader's Digest magazines, and porcelain figurines priced optimistically high. In the garage, away from the few other early morning browsers, she found what would later haunt her dreams, a medium-sized oil painting propped against a dusty workbench. The painting depicted a woman seated in a high-backed chair. She wore a dark green dress, her hands folded neatly in her lap. The composition was unremarkable, but something about the subject's expression, a restrained smile that didn't reach her eyes, made Clara pause. A small white tag hung from the wooden frame, $45. "That was one of the last things my sister brought home," the elderly woman said, appearing silently behind Clara. "Found it at some auction in Vermont, I think. Never even hung it up." Clara studied the brushwork, the subdued colors. "I'll take it," she said, handling the painting carefully by its frame. The woman seemed relieved to see it go. By the time Clara returned to her apartment that afternoon, she had nearly forgotten about the painting among her other finds. She placed it on her kitchen counter while unpacking the rest of her treasures. When she finally returned to it, she noticed something unusual, a smudge of color on her fingertips where she had touched the canvas. The paint was still wet. Clara frowned. Oil paintings could take weeks, sometimes months to dry completely, but this painting looked aged, the colors muted and cracked in places. She turned it over, looking for any clue about its origin. That's when she noticed that what she had assumed was a price tag was actually a small evidence label, LCPD 2016 11243. Lakewood County Police Department, 2016, case number 11243. A chill settled over Clara despite the warm spring day filtering through her kitchen windows. Why would a painting bear a police evidence number? And why was the paint still wet after all this time? That night, Clara couldn't sleep. The painting sat in her living room, covered with a throw blanket because she couldn't stand the woman's expression watching her from across the room. Around 2 a.m., she opened her laptop and searched for information about Lakewood County police cases from 2016. The results were mostly routine news reports, a string of car break-ins, a pharmacy robbery, but one story made her breath catch. In November 2016, a local artist named Elise Winters had disappeared from her studio. The last person to see her was her boyfriend, Thomas Garrett, who claimed she had been working late on a commission. Her car remained in the parking lot. Her keys and phone were found inside her studio, but Elise herself had vanished. Clara scrutinized the accompanying photograph of the missing woman. Long dark hair, high cheekbones, a serious expression. Could it be the same woman in the painting? The resemblance was unsettling, but not conclusive. Over the next few days, Clara found herself increasingly preoccupied with the painting and its possible connection to Elise Winters. She called in sick to work on Monday and drove to the Lakewood County Herald's archives. The newspaper had published several follow-up stories about the disappearance. Thomas Garrett had been questioned extensively but never charged. He had an alibi, security footage showing him at a gas station 15 miles away around the time Elise was last seen. Friends described their relationship as complicated but not volatile. The case had gone cold after months of investigation yielded no substantial leads. One detail caught Clara's attention. Elise's studio had reportedly been meticulously clean when police arrived, which friends said was uncharacteristic. She was always surrounded by chaos when working. Her friend Margot was quoted as saying, "Paints everywhere, multiple projects going at once." Clara returned home with photocopies of the articles and a growing sense of unease. She stood before the painting, studying it under different lights. The wet paint bothered her most. She touched it again, and again her fingers came away with pigment, a deep red that hadn't been apparent at first glance. Something else bothered her, the signature in the corner. The painting was signed T.G., not Elise Winters, but possibly Thomas Garrett. On Wednesday, Clara finally worked up the courage to contact the police. Detective Marcus Reed agreed to meet her at a coffee shop near the library. He was younger than she expected, maybe early 40s, with tired eyes and a cautious demeanor. He listened patiently as she explained about the painting, occasionally making notes. "Miss Mendez," he said when she finished, "I appreciate your concern, but I'm not sure what you're suggesting here. That this painting is evidence in a 3-year-old missing persons case." I know how it sounds, Clara said, but the evidence tag could be anything, an inventory label from an auction house, misinterpreted. Or maybe the painting was reported stolen at some point and then recovered. But the wet paint, Clara insisted, after all this time. Detective Reed's expression softened slightly. Oil paint can take a very long time to dry completely, especially certain pigments, and depending on the storage conditions. Clara could see she was losing him. Would you at least look at it? He hesitated, then agreed to stop by her apartment after his shift ended. But when he arrived that evening, his professional skepticism was evident. He examined the painting, the tag, the signature. He took photographs and made notes, but Clara could tell he was humoring her. "I'll run the evidence number through our system," he promised, "but I really don't think this is connected to Elise Winters." 2 days passed with no word from Detective Reed. Clara found herself unable to sleep, constantly drawn to the painting. She researched Thomas Garrett online and discovered he had left Lakewood shortly after Elise's disappearance, supposedly moving to Chicago to teach art classes. His online presence was minimal, no social media, just a few mentions in art school newsletters from 2017, nothing more recent. On Friday night, Clara's doorbell rang unexpectedly. Detective Reed stood in the hallway, his expression grave. "May I come in?" he asked. Once inside, he didn't waste time with pleasantries. "The evidence number checks out," he said. It was assigned to an item collected from Elise Winters' studio, a blank canvas that was never logged into evidence. It disappeared from the precinct storage room about a month after collection. Clara felt her heart racing. So this could be that canvas. Possibly, but here's where it gets strange. I had our lab analyze the sample of paint you showed me. He hesitated. It's not just paint, Clara. It contains traces of human blood. The room seemed to tilt around her. Blood, you mean? I don't know what I mean yet, Reed cautioned, but we're reopening the investigation. I've already contacted Thomas Garrett's last known employer in Chicago. He never showed up for the teaching position he claimed to have taken. Over the next several weeks, Clara found herself unexpectedly involved in the investigation. The painting was taken as evidence, this time properly documented and analyzed. Forensic technicians discovered that beneath the visible image of the seated woman was another composition, one that had been painted over. Using specialized imaging techniques, they revealed what appeared to be a studio scene, an artist's workspace with a figure standing at an easel. Detective Reed theorized that Thomas Garrett had killed Elise in her studio, meticulously cleaned the scene, but took the blank canvas as a trophy. Perhaps he had even used her blood mixed with the paint, a grotesque memorial to his crime. The case broke open when police searched a storage unit rented under Garrett's name in a neighboring county. They found no body, but discovered Elise's personal effects, her wallet, jewelry, and sketchbooks filled with self-portraits that bore a striking resemblance to the woman in the painting. Thomas Garrett was eventually located in Portland, Oregon, living under an assumed name and teaching private art lessons. When confronted with the evidence, he maintained his innocence, claiming the painting was a tribute to Elise after she left him. He couldn't explain the evidence tag or the presence of blood in the paint. The trial captivated Lakewood for months. Without a body, the prosecution built their case on circumstantial evidence: the painting, the blood analysis, Garrett's false alibi, his flight from the area. Defense attorneys suggested that Elise might have staged her own disappearance, possibly feeling trapped in her relationship and career. In the end, the jury convicted Thomas Garrett of second-degree murder, though many questions remained unanswered. Where was Elise's body? Why had Garrett kept the painting for years, only to sell it at a Vermont auction? Had he always intended the painting as a confession, or had he grown careless with time? Clara attended every day of the trial, often sitting beside Detective Reed. She couldn't shake the feeling that she had been chosen somehow, that the painting had found its way to her specifically. A random encounter at a yard sale had brought a measure of justice to a woman who might otherwise have remained among the missing and forgotten. Years later, Clara still thinks about Elise Winters. She donated her garage sale finds to charity and stopped her monthly ritual. The case changed her in ways she couldn't articulate, making her more cautious, more observant, more aware of the secrets that ordinary objects might contain. Sometimes, in the quiet moments before sleep, Clara imagines Elise in her studio that November night, unaware of the danger approaching. She wonders if, in those final moments, Elise understood that she would become both the artist and the subject of her own memorial, a painting that never dried. Crime 3, no note, no envelope, just a single human molar sitting on top of her mail. Later that night, her dog dragged something inside, a muddy sock with blood around the cuff. It wasn't hers, but the pattern matched a pair missing from her drawer. Rebecca Caldwell lived alone in the quiet suburb of Pine Haven, Massachusetts. At 34, she had established a comfortable routine, morning jogs with her retriever, Charlie, followed by remote work as a graphic designer, and evenings spent with novels or calls to her sister in Seattle. Her neighbors described her as friendly but private, the kind of person who would wave from her porch but rarely attended block parties. Her childhood had been unremarkable. The middle daughter of accountants, she grew up in Connecticut, graduated with honors, and moved to Pine Haven 3 years ago after her divorce. Rebecca's house on Sycamore Lane was modest, a blue Craftsman with white trim and a mailbox painted with chickadees. She had planted hydrangeas last spring. On Wednesday, October 12th, Rebecca collected her mail as she did every afternoon at 4:15. Bills, a magazine subscription, a postcard from her sister's vacation. And there, resting on top, was a human tooth, a molar slightly yellowed with the root intact. She initially thought it might be a bizarre prank, perhaps a realistic fake from a Halloween store. She placed it on her kitchen counter and called her friend Melissa. "It looks real," Rebecca told her. "Who would do something like this?" Melissa suggested calling the police, but Rebecca hesitated. Would they take a single tooth seriously? Would she seem paranoid? She decided to wait and see if anything else unusual happened. That night, as Rebecca watched television, Charlie began barking at the back door. When she let him in, he carried something in his mouth, a sock, caked with mud and ringed with what appeared to be dried blood around the cuff. Rebecca recognized the pattern immediately, blue and gray stripes. She owned 2 pairs of these socks, purchased from a department store last winter. One pair was in her drawer. The other had disappeared during laundry day 3 weeks ago. Detective Nathan Harlow arrived at Rebecca's house the following morning. Tall and methodical, with graying temples and eyes that missed nothing, he had been with the Pine Haven Police Department for 17 years. He placed the tooth in an evidence bag and examined the sock carefully. "You're certain this is yours?" he asked, his voice low and steady. "Yes," Rebecca replied. "I bought them last December. The missing pair disappeared about 3 weeks ago. I assumed they got lost in the laundry." Detective Harlow nodded, making notes in a small leather-bound notebook. "And you haven't noticed anyone unusual in the neighborhood, any unexpected visitors or strange vehicles?" Rebecca shook her head. Nothing out of the ordinary. The detective arranged for an officer to drive past her house periodically over the next few days. Before leaving, he paused at her door. "Keep your doors locked, Miss Caldwell, and call immediately if anything else happens, no matter how small it might seem." The tooth, as forensics would later confirm, was indeed human. Male, approximately 40 to 50 years old, extracted within the past week. The blood on the sock matched the same individual, but there were no missing persons reports matching this description. No dental records providing a match. No fingerprints on the tooth or sock beyond Rebecca's own. 3 days passed without incident. Rebecca installed a security camera above her front door and another facing her backyard. Charlie slept in her bedroom now, alert to every sound. Detective Harlow called each evening for updates. On Sunday night, Rebecca noticed a car parked across the street, a dark sedan she didn't recognize. It remained there until morning, then disappeared. When she mentioned this to Detective Harlow, he reviewed neighborhood security footage but found nothing conclusive. The car had no license plates. The following Tuesday, Rebecca opened her mailbox to find an unmarked envelope. Inside was a Polaroid photograph of her bedroom window, clearly taken from her backyard. In the corner of the image, barely visible, was the edge of her dresser where she kept her socks. Detective Harlow assembled a team to search the area surrounding Rebecca's property. In the woods behind her house, approximately 200 yards from her back fence, they discovered a small clearing. Evidence suggested someone had been camping there, perhaps for weeks. They found a discarded toothbrush, empty food containers, and a weatherproof bag containing 3 pairs of women's socks. 1 pair belonged to Rebecca. The others remained unidentified. More disturbing was a manila folder containing photographs of Rebecca, jogging with Charlie, collecting her mail, working at her kitchen table visible through the window. The timestamp suggested surveillance dating back almost 2 months. Beneath these photos were similar images of 2 other women. Neither was from Pine Haven. "Do you recognize either of these women?" Detective Harlow asked, showing Rebecca carefully selected portions of the photographs that wouldn't disturb her unnecessarily. She studied them, then shook her head. "No, I've never seen them before." The investigation expanded. The 2 women were identified as Melissa Grayson from Portsmouth, New Hampshire, and Diane Winters from Burlington, Vermont. Both were in their 30s, lived alone, and had reported strange occurrences in the past year: missing personal items, signs of possible break-ins, unusual mail. Neither had reported finding a tooth. When questioned about his whereabouts, Rebecca's ex-husband provided a solid alibi. He had been in Europe for the past month on business. Neighbors reported no unusual visitors. The security camera footage revealed nothing suspicious except for 1 frame, a shadow moving across Rebecca's yard at 2:17 a.m., 3 nights before the tooth appeared. The figure was too indistinct to identify. Detective Harlow assigned an officer to remain at Rebecca's house. "We believe whoever is doing this is escalating," he explained. "The tooth, the sock, the photographs, these are increasingly personal violations. The subject wants you to know you're being watched." Rebecca stayed with her parents for a week while investigators continued their work. DNA from the campsite matched the blood on the sock, but there were no matches in any database. Forensic odontologists determined that the tooth had been forcibly extracted, not professionally removed. When Rebecca returned home, she found her house exactly as she had left it, except for 1 detail. The kitchen drawer where she kept her utensils had been rearranged. Nothing was missing. Nothing had been added, just rearranged. The The security cameras had recorded no intruders. The officer stationed outside had seen nothing. The case took an unexpected turn when a dental hygienist in Concord recognized the distinctive pattern of fillings on the molar when the police circulated a carefully worded request for information among dental professionals. The tooth belonged to Gerald Ackerman, a 52-year-old accountant who had missed his last 2 appointments. When police visited Ackerman's apartment, they found it immaculate and empty. Too empty. No dishes in the sink, no laundry in the hamper, no signs of everyday life interrupted. But in his desk drawer they discovered a small notebook containing observations about Rebecca and the other 2 women, their routines, their habits, their homes, and receipts for identical pairs of blue and gray striped socks. 18 days after the tooth appeared in Rebecca's mailbox, Gerald Ackerman's car was found abandoned at a rest stop near the Vermont border. The trunk contained a sleeping bag, camping equipment, and a small locked box. Inside the box were 23 teeth, all molars, carefully labeled with dates spanning 5 years. 3 of the teeth matched dental records of women who had gone missing from New England towns. The remaining teeth have never been identified. Gerald Ackerman himself was never found. The dark sedan was spotted twice more in Pine Haven, once outside Rebecca's house the following winter and again near the elementary school in spring. By summer, Rebecca had moved to Arizona to live near her brother. Detective Harlow still keeps the case file on his desk. Sometimes, late at night, he reviews the evidence, searching for something he might have missed. The sock, the tooth, the photographs, the carefully organized box of molars, the unanswered question that haunts him. Why did Ackerman want Rebecca to know she was being watched? Every October, around the anniversary of the tooth's appearance, the Pine Haven Police Department receives an unmarked envelope. Inside is always the same thing, a single blue and gray striped sock. No fingerprints, no DNA, no sender address. And somewhere, perhaps, Gerald Ackerman is still watching. Crime 4, they were vacation pictures, beaches, landmarks, but in the background of each one, barely visible, far behind the crowd, stood a man with a blank expression. And in the last photo, he wasn't in the background. He was sitting behind her, grinning. Meredith Jenkins first noticed the peculiar figure when sorting through photos from her summer trip to Virginia Beach. At 32, the elementary school teacher from Lakewood, Colorado, had finally taken the solo vacation she'd promised herself after her divorce. The trip had been restorative, walks along the shore at dawn, afternoons with a novel under a rented umbrella, dinners at small restaurants where nobody knew her name. She'd taken dozens of photos, selfies against sunsets, shots of interesting shells, pictures of the historic lighthouse. It was only when she was organizing them on her laptop 3 weeks after returning home that she noticed him, a tall, lean man with close-cropped dark hair. In the first photo, he stood near a hot dog stand, partially obscured by a family. In another, he was seated on a bench behind her at an outdoor cafe. In a third, he lingered by the entrance to the pier she had visited. "I thought it was just coincidence," Meredith would later tell Detective Lauren Reeves. "Virginia Beach isn't that big. You run into the same tourists sometimes." But as she continued browsing, she counted his appearance in 17 different photos across 5 days, always at a distance, always watching, always with that same emotionless expression, except for the final picture taken on her last night at the resort. She had asked a waiter to snap a photo of her enjoying a farewell dinner on the restaurant's oceanfront patio. Behind her, at a table clearly visible in the background, sat the man. This time he was looking directly at the camera, his face transformed by a wide, unnatural smile. Meredith deleted the photos. She tried to forget about it. 2 weeks later, her neighbor Dorothy Simmons reported seeing a man standing across the street, watching Meredith's townhouse. He was there for hours, Dorothy insisted, just standing beside that blue sedan, looking up at your windows. Meredith installed additional locks. She purchased a security system. She began varying her routes to and from Lakewood Elementary School, where she taught 3rd grade. Her principal, concerned about her increasing anxiety, suggested she take some personal time. Meredith refused. "I'm not letting some creep disrupt my life," she told her sister Angela during their weekly phone call. "It's probably nothing anyway." On October 17, 2023, exactly 11 weeks after returning from Virginia Beach, Meredith Jenkins didn't arrive at school. Her classroom of 8-year-olds waited. The school secretary called her cell phone, then her home number. No answer. By 9:45 a.m., Angela Jenkins had been contacted. By 10:30, she was standing in her sister's empty townhouse with Officer David Callahan of the Lakewood Police Department. The bed was made, breakfast dishes sat in the drying rack. Meredith's purse and keys were missing, suggesting she had left normally that morning. Her car wasn't in the garage. The security system showed that the front door had been opened at 7:15 a.m., her typical departure time, and had not been opened again. Everything looked perfectly normal, Angela would later say, except for one thing. On Meredith's refrigerator, secured by a magnet from Virginia Beach, was a photograph. It showed Meredith asleep in her own bed, taken from the doorway of her bedroom. Written across the bottom in neat block letters, "I've been watching you sleep." The investigation that followed revealed disturbing details. The security system Meredith had installed recorded no breaches. None of her neighbors reported seeing anyone unusual entering or leaving her home. Technical analysis of the photo found on her refrigerator determined it had been taken 3 nights before her disappearance. Whoever this was, Detective Reeves explained during a press conference 2 weeks into the investigation, they had access to Ms. Jenkins' home. They knew how to enter without triggering alarms, and they had been doing so for some time. Meredith's car, a 2019 Honda Civic, was discovered in the long-term parking lot at Denver International Airport 5 days after her disappearance. Security cameras showed a figure matching Meredith's build parking the vehicle at 8:22 a.m. on October 17th. The footage quality was too poor to determine whether she was alone or under duress. No boarding passes were issued in her name. No credit card activity followed. Her passport remained in her bedroom drawer. The most significant break in the case came when Angela discovered something her sister had overlooked. While searching through Meredith's computer for any clues, she found the deleted vacation photos in the recycle bin. Angela restored them and immediately contacted Detective Reeves. Facial recognition software couldn't identify the man who appeared in the background of Meredith's vacation pictures. However, when investigators cross-referenced the images with security footage from hotels in Virginia Beach during the same time period, they identified a guest registered under the name Thomas Hart, who had checked into 3 different hotels over the course of the week, each one coinciding with Meredith's movements. The name was fake. The credit card used to secure the rooms had been stolen from a Robert Collins of Tulsa, Oklahoma 2 months earlier. The phone number provided at check-in belonged to a burner phone purchased with cash at a convenience store in Norfolk, Virginia. The investigation expanded. Similar patterns emerged in other cases. Rebecca Wilson from Portland, Maine had disappeared in 2021 after a solo trip to Savannah, Georgia. Lauren Parker from Minneapolis had vanished in 2022 following a weekend in Chicago. Both women were teachers in their early 30s. Both had recently gone through divorces, and both had mentioned to friends feeling like they were being watched in the weeks before they disappeared. 6 months after Meredith Jenkins vanished, a package arrived at Angela's home. It contained a USB drive. On it was a single video file, footage of Meredith unconscious being carried from her car by a man whose face remained just out of frame. At the end of the video, the camera turned, revealing a wall covered with photographs, dozens of women, all apparently taken without their knowledge, sleeping, shopping, teaching, living their lives unaware they were being observed. In the corner of the room, visible in the final frames of the video, sat 3 suitcases, monogrammed MJ, RW, LP. The FBI now believes at least 7 women have fallen victim to the man they've dubbed the photographer. Despite extensive investigation, forensic analysis, and public appeals, his identity remains unknown. The last confirmed sighting of Meredith Jenkins remains the grainy airport security footage from the morning of October 17, 2023. Sometimes at night, Angela Jenkins sits awake, staring at the photos from Virginia Beach. The man's progression from the background to that final, grinning image behind her sister. She studies his face, the hollow cheeks, the deep-set eyes, the unnatural smile. The worst part, Angela told journalists at the 1-year mark of her sister's disappearance, is knowing that right now, somewhere, there's probably another woman, another vacation, another set of photos with a stranger lingering in the background, and she hasn't noticed him yet. The case of Meredith Jenkins and the other missing women remains open. The FBI continues to monitor similar disappearances, looking for the pattern, looking for the man who smiles in photos, looking for the photographer who turns vacation memories into nightmares. Meanwhile, in tourist destinations across America, solo travelers take photos every day. Selfies against sunsets, pictures at landmarks, images they will later examine, perhaps noticing too late the figure watching from the background. A figure with hollow cheeks and deep-set eyes. A figure who, in the final photo, is no longer in the background. A figure who smiles. Crime 5, she bought it for the vintage aesthetic, but when she dropped the needle, it didn't play music. It said a name she didn't know clearly in a voice not her own. She looked up the name. It belonged to a murder victim from 2 counties away. Alexis Pearson had always been drawn to things with history. Her small apartment in Oakwood, Missouri was a carefully curated collection of artifacts from decades past, rotary phones, typewriters, and framed advertisements from the 1950s. At 32, she worked as a librarian in the local public library, surrounded by the comforting smell of old books and the gentle hush that hung in the air between the stacks. On a crisp October morning in 2017, Alexis visited the estate sale of Alina Whitman, an elderly woman who had passed away the previous month. The sale was being held at Alina's Victorian home on Maple Street, a house that had stood for over a century and carried its age with dignity. Alexis moved through the rooms slowly, her fingers trailing over furniture and trinkets that had witnessed decades of life. In the corner of what had once been Alina's study sat a record player, not the mass-produced kind that had become popular again in recent years, but an authentic Victrola from the 1940s, its wooden cabinet gleaming under a thin layer of dust. Alexis felt her breath catch. She had wanted one for years, but had never found one in her price range. The tag read $75, a steal for such a piece. "Does it still work?" she asked the woman overseeing the sale, a niece of Aliner's who had traveled from out of state to handle her aunt's affairs. "I think so," the woman said. "My aunt played it until her arthritis got too bad. There are some records in the cabinet below." Alexis bought it immediately, along with a collection of records that ranged from Bing Crosby to early Elvis Presley. The niece helped her load it into her car, and Alexis drove home with a sense of contentment that came from finding something special, something with a story. That evening, after positioning the record player in the corner of her living room, Alexis selected a record, Frank Sinatra's, In the Wee Small Hours. She placed it on the turntable, wound the crank on the side of the cabinet, and gently lowered the needle. What emerged wasn't Sinatra's smooth baritone, but a voice, clear, male, unfamiliar, that said two words, James Holloway. Alexis jumped back, her heart suddenly racing. She lifted the needle and stood very still, listening to the silence of her apartment. Had she imagined it, she lowered the needle again. "James Holloway," the voice repeated, and then there was nothing but the slight hiss of the record's surface. She tried another record and then another, each time the same two words, the same voice, James Holloway. That night sleep eluded Alexis. The name played on a loop in her mind. James Holloway. Who was he? Why was his name embedded in her records? Had someone tampered with them? Or was there something wrong with the player itself? The next morning she searched the name online. The results were immediate and unsettling. James Holloway, 27, had been found dead in his apartment in neighboring Greene County in 2015. His throat had been cut and there were signs of a struggle. The case remained unsolved. Alexis stared at the screen, a cold sensation spreading through her chest. The coincidence was too strange to ignore, but she couldn't make sense of it. She decided to try the record player again, this time recording the sound with her phone. When she played back the recording, her blood ran cold. The voice wasn't saying James Holloway, it was saying Jamie's Holloway. The similarity had tricked her ears, but now she heard it clearly. Over the next few days, Alexis found herself pulled into a quiet obsession with James Holloway's case. She read every news article she could find, learning that he had been a music teacher at a local high school. Well liked by students and colleagues alike, there seemed to be no obvious motive for his murder. The only unusual detail noted was that his record collection, he had been an avid collector, had been disturbed, though nothing appeared to be missing. A week after bringing the record player home, Alexis tried a different approach. She placed a blank acetate disc she had ordered online onto the turntable. These discs were sometimes used for home recording decades ago. She lowered the needle, expecting to hear nothing. Elena knew, a different voice said, female this time, whispery and strained. Alexis felt as if the temperature in the room had dropped by 10 degrees. Elena, the woman who had owned the record player, who had owned these records. The next day, Alexis visited the public records office. She searched for connections between Elena Whitman and James Holloway, but found nothing obvious. They had lived about 20 miles apart. Elena had been a retired music teacher, but from a different school district than where James had worked. As she was about to leave, a detail caught her eye. In a newspaper clipping from 1982, there was a photo of a young Elena Whitman receiving an award for her contributions to music education. Standing next to her was a man identified as Robert Holloway, another music teacher. Robert Holloway, could he be related to James? Further research revealed that Robert was James's grandfather. Both had followed similar paths into music education, separated by 2 generations, and both had known Alina Whitman. That evening, Alexis placed the blank disc on the turntable again. "Ask about the competition," the female voice whispered. The competition, Alexis returned to her research. In 2014, the year before his death, James Holloway had been a judge for a regional music competition for high school students. One of the other judges had been a woman named Catherine Whitman, Alina's daughter. Catherine Whitman still lived in Greene County. Alexis found her address and drove there the next day, her mind swirling with questions but no clear plan for what to say. How could she explain that a record player had led her here? Catherine's home was a small, neat bungalow with wind chimes hanging from the porch. A woman in her 60s answered the door, her gray hair pulled back in a loose bun. "Can I help you?" she asked. Alexis faltered. "My name is Alexis Pearson. I recently bought a record player that belonged to Alina Whitman. I believe you're her daughter." Catherine's expression shifted slightly. "Yes, I am. Did something happen with the player?" "Not exactly. I'm actually here about James Holloway." The color drained from Catherine's face. She stepped back. "I think you should go." "Please," Alexis said. "I just want to understand the player." It said his name. Catherine stared at her for a long moment, then unexpectedly she laughed, a short, bitter sound. She always said it would come out, that things like this can't stay buried. She stepped aside. "You'd better come in." Inside, Catherine served tea with shaking hands. "My mother and James had a disagreement during that competition," she explained. My student was disqualified because James believed she had plagiarized her composition. My mother agreed with him, but I knew the girl. I knew she was talented and original." Catherine's voice hardened. "I confronted James afterward. It got heated. He threatened to report me for trying to influence the results." "What happened?" Alexis asked, her cup untouched before her. "I followed him home that night. I just wanted to talk, to make him understand what he was doing to that girl's future. But he wouldn't listen. He mocked me, said I was just like my mother, always thinking I knew best." Catherine's eyes grew distant. "I don't remember picking up the knife. I just remember the silence afterward." Alexis sat very still, hardly daring to breathe. "My mother helped me," Catherine continued. "She came when I called her, cleaned everything. She took one of his records as a reminder," she said, "a reminder of the cost of losing control." Catherine looked up, her eyes suddenly clear and focused. "The police questioned me, of course. I had been seen arguing with him, but there was no evidence, nothing to connect me to his apartment that night." "And the record?" Alexis asked. "My mother was superstitious. She believed objects held memories, energies. She kept that record separate from her others, played it sometimes when she thought I wasn't listening." Catherine shook her head. "I should have destroyed it." 2 days later, Detective Marcus Reynolds of the Greene County Sheriff's Department received a package containing a record, a USB drive with a recorded confession, and a letter detailing the events surrounding James Holloway's death. The package had been mailed by Alexis Pearson, who included her contact information and a statement of her willingness to testify. Catherine Whitman was arrested that same day. During questioning, she broke down and confessed, providing details that only the killer could have known. She was charged with second-degree murder. The record player remained in Alexis's apartment, silent now except for the music it was meant to play. Sometimes, late at night, she would look at it and wonder if objects really could hold memories, or if guilt and grief could somehow imprint themselves on the world in ways science couldn't explain. She never knew what became of Aliner's record collection after the case was closed. The evidence was filed away, the records tagged and stored in the basement of the Greene County Courthouse. But occasionally, when the building is empty and quiet, the security guards report hearing something strange, a voice just on the edge of perception, whispering a name that echoes through the hallways before fading into silence. Sometimes the most haunting mysteries are the ones that find their way back to the surface, carried forward by objects that bear witness when humans try to forget. Crime 6. When movers lifted the frame, they found a trapdoor bolted beneath the bed slats. Inside, a cramped room, a mattress, and one wall covered in Polaroids. Each photo was the same, someone sleeping in that very bed. The last one taken from below. Mapleton, Oregon wasn't the kind of place that attracted much attention. Nestled between dense forest and the winding Siaslaw River, the town of just over 900 residents had always been the definition of unremarkable. That changed on June 12, 2018, when Everett Chambers hired reliable movers to clear out his recently purchased property on Riverside Drive. The Victorian-style home had belonged to Marion Keene, a retired librarian who had passed away 3 months earlier at the age of 77. With no living relatives, the house and its contents had been sold at auction. Chambers, a 42-year-old software developer from Portland, had purchased it as a weekend retreat, charmed by its river views and surprising affordability. It needed work, Chambers would later tell Detective Anna Wilcox, but I figured that's why the price was so good. The bones were there, just needed some TLC. The movers, Jason Renner and his cousin Seth, had been working through the afternoon, removing decades of accumulated furniture. The master bedroom contained a heavy oak four-poster bed that had clearly been in place for years, judging by the indentations in the carpet beneath. It took both of us to lift it, Renner recalled, and when we did, we noticed right away something wasn't right with the floor. What they found beneath the bed was a trapdoor, approximately 3 feet square, secured with 2 sliding bolts that could only be accessed from above. The discovery alone was unusual, but what they found when they opened it would haunt the small community for years to come. The space below was cramped, barely 5 feet high and 8 feet square. A thin mattress lay in one corner. The walls were unfinished, just bare concrete and exposed wooden beams. But it was the far wall that caused Renner to immediately call the police. Covering nearly the entire surface was a carefully arranged grid of Polaroid photographs. Each one showed the same perspective. A person sleeping in the four-poster bed that had, until moments ago, been directly above this hidden room. Different people, different positions, but always the same bed. Some photos appeared to be decades old, others much more recent. The thing that got me, Renner would later testify, was that last photo. It was placed slightly apart from the others, like it was special somehow. And it was taken from below, like someone was looking up through the bed somehow. You could see the mattress springs, and there was a date written on it just 3 weeks before Marion died. Detective Wilcox arrived within the hour. With 22 years of experience in the Lane County Sheriff's Department, she had handled her share of disturbing cases. But this one was different. My first thought was that we were looking at evidence of abductions, possibly murders, she explained. But as we began processing the scene, it became clear this was something else. The investigation revealed that Marion Keene had purchased the house in 1976, following her divorce from Lawrence Keene. She had lived there alone for 42 years. Neighbors described her as private but pleasant, a bit eccentric, and the kind of person who would wave from her porch but rarely join community events. None had ever suspected what lay beneath her bedroom floor. As forensics teams carefully documented and removed the photographs, 103 in total, patterns began to emerge. The earliest dated back to 1977, just a year after Marion moved in. The subjects were diverse, men and women of various ages, some appearing to be casual relationships, others wearing wedding rings. Most disturbing was the realization that came when Detective Wilcox compared the photos to local missing persons reports. Not a single one of the sleeping subjects had ever been reported missing. These people left her house, Wilcox concluded. They just never knew what had happened while they slept. As investigators pieced together Marion's history, they discovered she had worked at Mapleton Public Library from 1976 until her retirement in 2005. She had been respected by colleagues, if not particularly close to any of them. Her ex-husband Lawrence had remarried and moved to Arizona shortly after their divorce, apparently having no contact with Marion thereafter. The hidden room itself yielded few forensic clues. The concrete appeared to have been poured during the original construction of the house in 1912. A specialized camera inserted into the space between the bedroom floor and the trapdoor revealed a modified section where a small lens could be positioned to see through a nearly invisible opening in the bed frame. She could take pictures from below without her, guests ever knowing, explained forensic technician Paul Rollins. The mechanism was simple but clever. There was even a small cushioned platform where she could lie for hours, perfectly still, watching and waiting for the right moment. Further investigation uncovered a journal hidden inside a hollowed-out book in Marion's extensive library. The entries were sporadic but spanned decades, detailing her thoughts about her visitors. "He sleeps with his mouth slightly open," read one entry from 1994. "Even in unconsciousness, he appears ready to consume, to take. I wonder what he dreams of while I observe." Another from 2003. "She came to discuss the library fundraiser but stayed for wine. Her sleep is restless. She tosses as if running from something. I took 3 exposures tonight. In the second, her hand is outstretched, reaching for something unseen. It's my favorite so far." The people in the photographs were gradually identified through a combination of community outreach and detailed investigation. Many had moved away, some had died from natural causes, but 27 still lived in or near Mapleton. Diana Truong had been a frequent visitor in 2015 while researching local history for her graduate thesis. "I stayed for dinner a few times," she explained, visibly shaken after being shown her photograph. She was knowledgeable, a primary source for my research. She made this amazing lemon tea. I fell asleep on her couch once, and she insisted I take the bedroom while she slept downstairs. I never had any idea. As months passed, the investigation revealed no evidence of physical harm to any subjects. The crime was one of profound violation of privacy, of trust. But there remained the question of why. What had driven this seemingly ordinary woman to create her hidden observation room, to meticulously document sleeping visitors for over 4 decades? The final entry in Marion's journal, dated just 2 days before her death, offered a cryptic glimpse. "The collection is complete now, 41 years of watching the unguarded. In sleep, we reveal our true faces, the ones we hide in waking hours. I've seen them all, the peaceful, the tormented, the innocent, the guilty. I've been the unseen witness to their most vulnerable moments, and not one ever suspected they were being watched. This, I think, is the greatest intimacy possible, to observe without being observed, to know without being known. My last photograph will be different. It will bridge the gap between watcher and watched. After all this time, I think I'm ready to be seen. Marion Keene died in her sleep on March 18, 2018, of apparent heart failure. The medical examiner found nothing suspicious. A 77-year-old woman with a history of cardiac issues. Her death was entirely expected. The last Polaroid, the one taken from below, showed Marion herself, asleep in the four-poster bed. The camera angle suggested it had been placed on the floor and triggered remotely. She had, in her final act, turned her decades-long observation back upon herself. The house on Riverside Drive remains empty today. Though Everett Chambers attempted to continue with his renovation plans, he ultimately sold the property at a loss. Local rumors claim that no one has been able to sleep soundly there since. The collection of photographs is stored in an evidence locker at the Lane County Sheriff's Department. Detective Wilcox sometimes finds herself studying them, searching for something in those captured moments of unconsciousness, some clue to what Marion Keene had been looking for all those years. The most unsettling crimes, Wilcox reflects, aren't always the violent ones. Sometimes it's the quiet violations, the secrets hidden in plain sight that truly disturb us. Marion never physically harmed anyone, but she took something from each of those people, a private moment they never consented to share. And somehow that feels just as invasive as any physical attack. In Mapleton, residents now sometimes glance beneath their beds before sleeping. Not for monsters, but for trapdoors, for watching eyes, for the possibility that someone might be collecting their most vulnerable moments like specimens in a forgotten museum of unconsciousness. And in homes throughout the small town, people lie awake just a little longer each night, wondering what secrets might be hidden beneath the floor, behind the walls, or in the quiet houses of their unassuming neighbors. Crime 7, they were wrapped in newspaper, hidden in a trunk in the garage, handmade, delicately sewn, but each one had a thick braid of hair sewn into the scalp, different colors, different textures. One had a tag stitched to its chest, Ashley, 4th grade, playground bench. The quiet town of Millfield, Pennsylvania, had gone nearly 40 years without a murder. Most residents left their doors unlocked, and children played freely in the neighborhoods until dusk called them home. But on October 12, 2018, everything changed when 17-year-old Eliza Donahue found a weathered trunk while helping her grandmother clean out the garage of a recently purchased home on Sycamore Drive. What began as an innocent weekend chore turned into the beginning of a case that would haunt the Millfield Police Department for years to come. Martha Grierson, 74, had purchased the modest two-bedroom home after the previous owner, Walter Kemp, had passed away at the age of 86. The house had sat vacant for nearly 7 months before Martha decided to make it her retirement home, drawn to its charming front porch and manageable yard. Walter had no children, and his estate was managed by a distant nephew who showed little interest in the property beyond its sale value. I just wanted a place where I could tend to my flowers and have my grandchildren visit, Martha would later tell Detective James Howell. I never thought, how could anyone know what was hiding in that garage? During the initial walkthrough, Martha had noted the garage was cluttered with tools, gardening equipment, and several old trunks. She'd made a mental note to sort through it all once she'd settled in, but hadn't gotten around to it until her granddaughter Eliza came to visit that autumn weekend. Eliza was a high school senior with aspirations of studying forensic psychology in college. She had a quiet, thoughtful demeanor that contrasted with her vibrant red hair, a trait she'd inherited from her father's side of the family. Friends described her as mature beyond her years, someone who preferred true crime podcasts to parties. It was weird right from the start, Eliza would later recall during her statement to police. The trunk had these elaborate brass locks, different from the other storage containers in the garage. It looked, I don't know, special somehow. The trunk was covered in a layer of dust so thick that Eliza's fingerprints left clear impressions. It took some effort to pry open the aged locks, but curiosity drove her forward. Inside, wrapped carefully in yellowed newspapers dating back to the early 2000s, were 13 cloth dolls of varying sizes, each meticulously handcrafted. At first glance, they appeared to be ordinary homemade dolls, button eyes, stitched smiles, simple cotton clothing. But as Eliza lifted one from its newspaper nest, something struck her as unusual: the hair. Each doll had what appeared to be genuine human hair intricately sewn into its cloth scalp, formed into braids, ponytails, or left flowing loose. I thought they were just really well-made dolls at first, Eliza would later tell Detective Howell. But then I noticed the tags. Each one had a small, handwritten tag stitched to its chest or back. The tags bore names, ages, or grades and locations. Ashley, 4th grade, playground bench. Melissa, 7 years old, bus stop. Katie, 6th grade, library. 13 dolls, 13 names, 13 locations. Eliza immediately called for her grandmother, who took one look at the collection and phoned the Millfield Police Department. Detective James Howell had been with the department for 23 years. At 52, with salt and pepper hair and perpetually tired eyes, he had seen his fair share of domestic disputes, petty thefts, and the occasional drug bust. But nothing in his career had prepared him for what awaited him at Martha Grierson's garage that afternoon. When I first arrived, I thought it might be some kind of sick joke, Howell would later confide to his partner. But there was something about those dolls, something in the craftsmanship. They weren't made to frighten, they were made with care. The police carefully cataloged and collected each doll, sending samples of the hair to a forensics lab in Philadelphia. Within days, preliminary DNA testing confirmed what many had feared. The hair samples came from different individuals, all female, all under the age of 13. The investigation quickly focused on Walter Kemp, the deceased former owner of the home. Neighbors described him as a quiet, unremarkable man who had worked as a school janitor until his retirement in 2010. He'd lived alone for as long as anyone could remember, though a few neighbors recalled occasional visits from what they presumed to be family members. He kept to himself mostly, said Margaret Welsh, who had lived across the street for over 30 years. Always polite, but never particularly friendly. He'd wave if you waved first, but that was about it. He was good with his hands, though, always making things. Birdhouses, little wooden toys. Said he donated them to children's hospitals. The Millfield Police Department, assisted by state investigators, began the painstaking process of trying to match the names on the dolls' tags with reports of missing children. The oldest newspaper in the trunk dated back to 2002, but some of the dolls appeared to be older than that. 3 weeks into the investigation, they found their first match. Ashley Winters, a 9-year-old girl who had vanished while walking home from school in Lansdale, Pennsylvania, a town just 30 miles from Millfield, in 2005. According to the original police report, Ashley had last been seen sitting on a playground bench, waiting for her older brother who had band practice after school. Her brother arrived to find her backpack still on the bench, but Ashley was nowhere to be found. The second match came a few days later. Melissa Gaines, 7 years old, reported missing from her bus stop in Allentown in 2003. Then Katie Schumer, an 11-year-old who disappeared from the Doylestown Public Library in 1998. As more matches were confirmed, a disturbing pattern began to emerge. All of the girls had disappeared from public places within a 50-mile radius of Millfield. None of the cases had ever been solved, and in each instance, Walter Kemp's name appeared nowhere in the original investigation files. He was hiding in plain sight, Detective Howell noted in his case files, working in schools, crafting toys for children, all while carefully selecting his victims and preserving mementos of his crimes. The most unsettling aspect of the case, however, was that despite the overwhelming evidence linking Walter Kemp to the disappearances, the dolls, the hair confirmed to belong to the missing girls, his proximity to the locations, investigators could find no trace of the victims themselves. No bodies were ever recovered, no burial sites discovered on or near Kemp's property, no incriminating evidence beyond the dolls themselves. As months passed, the case grew colder. Walter Kemp had taken his secrets to the grave, leaving behind only these macabre keepsakes as testament to his crimes. For the families of the missing girls, the discovery brought a terrible confirmation of their worst fears, but no closure. The dolls now sit in evidence storage at the Pennsylvania State Crime Lab, their button eyes staring blankly from inside sealed plastic bags. The hair, the only remaining physical connection to 13 lost children, has been preserved, a silent witness to atrocities that may never be fully understood. To this day, investigators continue to search for the remains of Ashley, Melissa, Katie, and the other victims. Detective Howell, now approaching retirement, keeps their photographs on his desk. "Sometimes I feel like they're watching me," he confessed to a colleague one late night at the station, "waiting for me to find them, to bring them home." The house on Sycamore Drive stands empty once again. Martha Grierson moved out shortly after the discovery, unable to sleep beneath the same roof that had sheltered such darkness. Local children have taken to calling it the doll house, though most parents forbid them from even walking past it. And somewhere, perhaps, Walter Kemp's spirit observes with the same quiet detachment with which he crafted his dolls, secure in the knowledge that some parts of his story will remain forever untold. But in the evidence room, under fluorescent lights, 13 pairs of button eyes keep their eternal vigil, waiting for justice that may never come. Crime 8 in the quiet suburban neighborhood of Oakwood Heights, Massachusetts. 34-year-old Elaine Mercer lived alone in a modest 2-bedroom house she had inherited from her grandmother. Neighbors described her as reserved but friendly, the kind of person who would wave from her porch but rarely initiated conversations. She worked remotely as a data analyst, a job that suited her introspective nature and preference for solitude. Friends recalled that Elaine had always been meticulous, even as a child. Her elementary school teachers noted how she color-coded her notebooks and arranged her colored pencils in perfect rainbow order. This attention to detail followed her into adulthood, manifesting in a home where everything had its place. Her kitchen was particularly organized, spice jars arranged alphabetically, canned goods grouped by type, and produce organized by color in the refrigerator. On Tuesday, October 12, 2023, Elaine called her sister, Catherine, for their weekly check-in. The conversation was ordinary. They discussed an upcoming family birthday, complained about the unseasonably cold weather, and made tentative plans for Thanksgiving. Catherine later told investigators that nothing seemed amiss. She sounded like herself, Catherine said, her voice soft with disbelief in the recorded interview. There wasn't a single hint that anything was wrong. The next day, Wednesday, Elaine didn't respond to Catherine's text asking about a recipe. This wasn't entirely unusual. Elaine often immersed herself in work projects, emerging hours later to find missed messages. But by Thursday morning, when Elaine had failed to join the weekly team meeting, something she had never missed in 3 years of employment, her supervisor, Danielle Whitman, became concerned. Elaine was our most reliable team member, Danielle explained. She once logged in from the emergency room when she had a broken wrist just so she wouldn't miss the quarterly review. Her absence was immediately alarming. Danielle called Elaine's phone, which went straight to voicemail. She sent emails that received no response. By Friday morning, she contacted Catherine, who immediately drove the 40 minutes to Elaine's house. What she found there would become the beginning of one of Massachusetts' most perplexing cases. Elaine's car was in the driveway. The front door was locked. No lights were on inside, despite the gloomy October day. Catherine used her spare key to enter and called out for her sister. The house was silent except for the low hum of the refrigerator. Nothing appeared disturbed. The living room was immaculate as always. Elaine's laptop sat closed on the coffee table. Her phone charger was plugged in beside the couch, but her phone was missing. In the kitchen, a half-empty cup of tea sat on the counter. A thin film formed on its surface. A notepad beside it had a partially written grocery list: eggs, spinach, almond milk. And then there was the refrigerator. Catherine first noticed that the floor around it was spotless, unusually so, even for Elaine's standards. Opening the refrigerator door, she found it completely empty, save for a single piece of paper on the middle shelf. Every item that should have been inside was meticulously arranged on the kitchen floor, grouped by category: dairy products together, vegetables in another section, condiments lined up by height. On the paper inside the refrigerator, written in what was later confirmed to be Elaine's handwriting, were the words, "This isn't where I belong." Detective Marcus Holloway arrived at the scene an hour after Catherine's frantic 911 call. His case notes described the scene as methodically arranged rather than disturbed, noting that there were no signs of forced entry and no indication of a struggle. The thermostat was set to 68 degrees, Elaine's preferred temperature. Her purse containing her wallet and ID sat untouched on the hallway table. The only items missing were her cell phone and Elaine herself. "The thing that stuck with me immediately," Detective Holloway later said in an interview, was that whoever emptied that refrigerator, whether it was Elaine or someone else, took their time. This wasn't done in a hurry. This was deliberate. Neighbor Josephine Ramirez told police that on Wednesday night around 10:30 p.m. she had been walking her dog when she passed Elaine's house. She reported seeing the kitchen light on and thought she heard knocking. "I assumed someone was at her door," Josephine said. But thinking back, it was an odd sound, more like knocking from inside the house, rhythmic, persistent. Another neighbor, retired physics professor Harold Lowell, reported something similar. "I was up late grading papers, and I could have sworn I heard knocking coming from that direction. It went on for at least an hour, then stopped abruptly around midnight." The investigation initially focused on Elaine's former boyfriend, Martin Sinclair, whom she had dated for 8 months before breaking up 3 weeks prior to her disappearance. Colleagues mentioned that the breakup had been Elaine's decision and that Martin had taken it poorly, sending multiple texts asking to reconcile. Martin had an alibi, however. He was at an overnight conference in Chicago from Tuesday through Friday, confirmed by hotel security footage and multiple witnesses. His phone records showed no unusual calls, and his credit cards had only been used in Chicago during the relevant time period. The case took a puzzling turn a week after Elaine's disappearance when her phone suddenly became active. A text was sent to Catherine that read, "Don't look for me. I need to find where I belong." The police traced the signal to a cell tower near Blackwater State Forest, about 30 miles from Elaine's home. An extensive search of the area yielded nothing. 2 weeks into the investigation, Detective Holloway interviewed Elaine's therapist, Dr. Sarah Rosenberg, who reluctantly shared, with court permission, that Elaine had been experiencing what she called reality slips in the months leading up to her disappearance. She described moments where familiar objects seemed wrong somehow, as if they had shifted slightly or didn't belong where they were, Dr. Rosenberg explained. She was particularly fixated on her kitchen appliances, saying they sometimes felt like imposters in her home. Dr. Rosenberg had diagnosed Elaine with a mild form of dissociative disorder, possibly triggered by unresolved grief over her grandmother's death 2 years earlier. The prescription medication found in Elaine's bathroom cabinet matched this diagnosis. The investigation broadened. Police checked local motels, hospitals, and transportation services. They interviewed every person in Elaine's contact list. Her bank accounts remained untouched. Her passport was still in her desk drawer. The last footage of her came from a gas station security camera on Tuesday afternoon, hours before her last known communication with Catherine. In November, a hiker in Blackwater State Forest found a woman's shoe that matched the brand Elaine often wore, according to Catherine. It was located near a small, seasonal cabin that wasn't visible from the main trails. The cabin, registered to a Thomas Fletcher, had been empty for months, its owner living in Florida during the colder months. Police searched the cabin and found evidence someone had been staying there: food wrappers, a makeshift bed, and a notebook containing what appeared to be Elaine's handwriting. The entries were disjointed, describing a feeling of displacement. "The refrigerator keeps calling to me. It doesn't contain food, it contains doorways. The knocking won't stop until I answer. This house isn't mine. These objects aren't mine. This body might not be mine either." The final page simply read, "I understand now. This isn't where I belong." In December, 3 hikers reported seeing a woman matching Elaine's description walking along a remote trail 5 miles from the cabin. She appeared healthy but disoriented, they said, and declined their offers of help, telling them she was finally finding her way home. By the time police reached the area, there was no sign of her. The winter months brought the search to a virtual standstill. Snow covered the forest. Lights dried up. Catherine made weekly appearances on local news, pleading for information about her sister. Then in early March, as the snow began to thaw, a forest ranger found something unusual at the base of an old oak tree, a perfectly arranged circle of personal items. Elaine's missing phone, her favorite sweater, a framed photo of her grandmother, and her house keys. In the center lay another note: "I found where I belong. Please don't follow." No footprints led to or from the circle. No nearby cabins showed signs of occupation. No further sightings were reported. Today, over a year later, the case of Elaine Mercer remains officially open but inactive. Detective Holloway, who recently transferred to a different department, still keeps a copy of the refrigerator note in his desk drawer. "Some cases haunt you," he said in his final interview about the case. Most have logical explanations, affairs, money troubles, mental health crises, but with Elaine, I've never been able to shake the feeling that we're missing something fundamental. Something about that knocking from inside the refrigerator. Something about her belief that she didn't belong. Catherine has since moved into Elaine's house, maintaining it exactly as her sister left it, even preserving the arrangement of food items on the kitchen floor behind a rope barrier like a museum exhibit. She leaves the refrigerator door slightly ajar at night. "I know it sounds strange," she told a documentary crew filming a segment on unsolved disappearances, "but sometimes I hear it too. That knocking, that calling. If she ever finds her way back from wherever she went, I want her to know someone is still listening." The investigative files remain open. The knocking, some say, continues. Crime 9. She was cleaning the guest room when she noticed the edge of the window was damaged. Closer inspection revealed a list of names carved in tight capital letters into the wood. Each name was crossed out. All except one, hers. Marion Cooper had always been meticulous about her home in Lakewood, Colorado. A divorced mother of 2 grown children who had long since moved out, she maintained the 4-bedroom colonial with precision that bordered on obsession. Every Saturday morning began the same way, coffee at 7 a.m., followed by 4 hours of methodical cleaning that left no corner untouched. The guest room, with its pale blue walls and antique maple furniture, was rarely used since her daughter Claire moved to Seattle 3 years earlier. But Marion kept it pristine anyway, dusting surfaces that collected no dirt, vacuuming carpets that held no footprints. On this particular Saturday in March 2018, as spring light filtered through the gauzy curtains, Marion noticed something she'd somehow missed during hundreds of previous cleanings. The white wooden frame around the east-facing window appeared scratched or damaged near the bottom corner. Setting down her dusting cloth, Marion knelt to examine it more closely. What she had assumed was damage was actually a series of careful, deliberate markings. Names carved with precision into the wood with what must have been a sharp blade. The letters were small, approximately a 1/4 inch tall, but clearly legible. Susan Miller, David WSDON, Thomas Gray, KATHRINE, LEIGH, Robert Finch, MARINNE Cooper. Each name had been crossed out with a single horizontal line, except hers, which remained untouched at the bottom of the list. Marion's first thought was that this must be some cruel joke played by one of her children years ago. But as she ran her finger over the letters, feeling their sharp edges, something told her this wasn't the work of a child. The precision of the carving, the uniform spacing, this was done by someone with patience, someone with purpose. The names meant nothing to her. She knew no Susan Miller, no Thomas Gray. She'd never had friends or acquaintances by those names. Yet here they were, etched into her home along with her own name, as if they belonged to some group she didn't know she was part of. Marion took a photograph with her phone and immediately called her ex-husband, Richard, who had moved to the house with her when they purchased it in 1996. His voice, normally distant and preoccupied, sharpened with confusion when she described what she had found. "I never saw anything like that," he said. "Are you sure it wasn't there when we moved in? We did renovate that room for Claire, remember? Could have been uncovered then." But Marion would have noticed. She was certain of it. That window frame had been repainted during the renovation, and she had personally applied the final coat of white semi-gloss. There had been no names carved into it then. After hanging up with Richard, she called Claire, then her son Michael. Neither had any recollection of the names or of carving anything into the window frame. Michael suggested it might be from previous owners, perhaps covered with paint that had recently cracked or peeled away. But the cuts looked too fresh, the exposed wood too raw. That night Marian slept poorly. The guest room was directly across the hall from her bedroom, and she found herself staring at its closed door in the darkness, imagining those names waiting silently on the other side. Around 3 a.m., she finally got up and went to the bathroom, catching a glimpse of the guest room door left slightly ajar, hadn't she closed it firmly before bed. The next morning, Marian decided to research the names. She spent hours online, searching social media and public records for the 5 strangers listed above her name. By mid-afternoon, her dining room table was covered with printouts and notes, and a disturbing pattern had begun to emerge. Susan Miller, 58, had died in a home invasion in Boulder in 2016. The case remained unsolved. David Weston, 61, had disappeared while hiking near Golden in 2017. His body was found 3 weeks later in a ravine. The coroner had ruled it accidental. Thomas Gray, 54, had been found dead in his car in a Lakewood parking lot in early 2018, an apparent suicide. Catherine Lee, 57, had died in a house fire in Arvada just 1 month earlier. Investigators had determined it was caused by faulty wiring. Robert Finch was the only name Marian couldn't find a clear match for in recent Colorado news. There were several Robert Finches in the Denver area, all very much alive according to their active social media profiles. Marian sat back in her chair, her coffee long cold, as she contemplated the unsettling coincidences. 4 names, 4 deaths, all within a roughly 20-mile radius of her home, all individuals in their 50s or early 60s like herself, all died within the past 2 years. And all their names were crossed out, hers wasn't. Marian called the Lakewood Police Department that afternoon. Officer Jensen arrived an hour later, a young man with kind eyes who listened patiently as she showed him the window frame and explained her findings. He took photographs, made notes, and promised to look into the previous homeowners and the deaths she had identified. "Try not to worry too much, Ms. Cooper," he said as he prepared to leave. "This could be someone's idea of a prank, but in the meantime, it might be a good idea to have your locks changed and perhaps consider staying with a friend for a few days." But Marian had no intention of leaving her home. Something about this intrusion made her obstinate rather than frightened. Someone had entered her house, her sanctuary, and left this message. She wouldn't give them the satisfaction of driving her away. That evening, as darkness fell, Marian found herself returning repeatedly to the guest room to stare at the names. She took more photographs under different lighting conditions, ran her fingers over the letters again and again. The crossed-out names seemed almost like completed tasks, and hers, the uncrossed one, like something yet to be done. 3 days passed with no word from Officer Jensen. On the 4th day, Marian called the police station and was told he was out on another case but would contact her soon. A week went by. Marian changed her locks, installed a simple security system, and continued her research. She found old newspaper articles about the deaths of the people on the list. Susan Miller had been stabbed multiple times in what police described as a frenzied attack that seemed personal in nature. David Weston's hiking death had initially been investigated as suspicious due to unusual bruising on his body, though it was eventually attributed to his fall. Thomas Gray had left no suicide note, and friends reported he had been in good spirits in the days before his death. Catherine Lay had been taking sleeping pills that might have prevented her from waking when the fire started. Each death, when examined closely, contained small elements that didn't quite add up. Nothing definitive enough to change the official conclusions, but enough to plant seeds of doubt. Marion created a map placing pins where each person had lived and died. The locations formed a rough semicircle around the western suburbs of Denver. Her home sat near the center of the arc. 2 weeks after discovering the list, Marion received a call from Officer Jensen. "Ms. Cooper, I wanted to update you on your case. We've checked records of previous homeowners, and none match the names on your list. We've also confirmed that the individuals you identified did indeed die under the circumstances reported. However, there's no evidence connecting these deaths beyond the names in your window frame." "What about Robert Finch?" Marion asked. "Have you found anything on him?" A pause on the line. There was a Robert Finch, 59, reported missing 3 days ago from his home in Wheat Ridge. His family said he went out for an evening walk and never returned. Marion felt her blood run cold. "His name is crossed out on my list." "I understand your concern, Ms. Cooper, but carving someone's name doesn't make them die. We have no reason to believe these deaths are connected or that you're in any danger, but we'll continue to look into it, and I'd like to send someone by to check your home again, if that's all right." After hanging up, Marion returned to the guest room. She stood before the window frame, staring at the crossed-out names. Robert Finch, missing for 3 days, his name already marked as complete. That night she dreamed of someone standing over her bed, a shadowless presence watching her sleep. She woke gasping, certain someone had been there, but her bedroom was empty, the house silent and still. The next morning's newspaper carried a small item on page 3, "Body of missing Wheat Ridge man found." Robert Finch had been discovered in a drainage canal. The preliminary cause of death was drowning, though the investigation was ongoing. 5 names crossed out, 5 dead, 1 name remaining. Marion began sleeping with a baseball bat beside her bed. She installed additional security cameras and motion detector lights. She called her children and asked if she could visit, but both had work commitments they couldn't break. Claire promised to come the following weekend. Officer Jensen returned with a forensic technician who examined the window frame more carefully, taking wood samples and fingerprints. They found nothing useful, no fingerprints other than Marion's, no DNA, no trace evidence to suggest who might have carved the names or when it had been done. "Ms. Cooper," Jensen said before leaving, "have you considered that you might have known these people but forgotten? Sometimes our minds make connections we're not consciously aware of." Marion shook her head firmly. "I've never known these people. I've never even heard their names before. Someone put them there, someone who's been in my home." That night Marion couldn't sleep. Around 2 a.m. she heard a soft sound from downstairs, perhaps the settling of the house, perhaps not. She gripped her baseball bat and crept down the stairs, every sense alert. The kitchen was empty, the living room undisturbed. But as she passed the dining room, she noticed that her research papers had been moved, rearranged into a neat stack in the center of the table. She was certain she had left them spread out. The next morning, news broke that the medical examiner had revised Robert Finch's cause of death. It wasn't drowning, he had been strangled before being placed in the water. Homicide detectives were now investigating. Marion packed a bag. Whatever connection existed between her and the 5 dead strangers, she no longer felt safe waiting to discover it. She would drive to Seattle, stay with Claire until this was resolved. She called Officer Jensen to inform him of her plans. "That might be wise," he agreed. "I'll have patrols check your house regularly while you're gone, and Ms. Cooper, we found something, a connection between the victims." Marion's heart raced. What connection? They all served on the same jury 5 years ago. A murder trial, State v. James Blackwood. He was convicted of killing his wife and sentenced to life without parole. Marion felt dizzy. "But I was never on that jury. I've never been on any jury." "No," Jensen confirmed, "you weren't, but there's something else." Blackwood had a son, Daniel, 27 years old now. He was released from a psychiatric facility 6 months ago. We're looking for him. As Marion hung up, a terrible realization dawned. Claire's former boyfriend in high school, his name had been Daniel. They had dated briefly before Marion insisted they break up, concerned about his increasingly possessive behavior. His last name hadn't been Blackwood, it had been Murray, his mother's maiden name. Daniel Murray, Daniel Blackwood. The doorbell rang, startling her from the memory. Through the peephole, she saw a deliveryman holding a small package. She opened the door cautiously, chain still latched. "Marion Cooper," he asked pleasantly. "Special delivery, need your signature." She hesitated. Something about his voice seemed familiar, though she couldn't place it. "Just leave it on the porch, please." "Can't do that, ma'am. Need a signature for this one." He held up an electronic pad, smiling. Marion stared at him through the narrow opening. He was wearing sunglasses despite the overcast day, his delivery uniform crisp and new. "Who's it from?" "Doesn't say, just needs your signature." His smile remained fixed, unnatural. Marion closed the door, locked it, and immediately called 911. As she waited for the police to arrive, she watched through the window as the deliveryman returned to his unmarked van and drove away unhurriedly. When Officer Jensen arrived 30 minutes later, the package remained on her porch. The bomb squad was called, and the small box was carefully examined before being opened. Inside was a single item, a small carving knife with a wooden handle, its blade sharp and gleaming. Attached was a note that read, "I thought you might want to cross off your own name. It's more satisfying that way." They never found Daniel Blackwood. The investigation revealed that he had methodically tracked down and killed each member of the jury that had convicted his father. But they never discovered why Marion's name had been included on his list, a woman who had never served on that jury, never condemned his father. Some theories suggested it was a case of mistaken identity. Others proposed that Daniel had somehow connected Marion to his past, perhaps through her daughter's brief relationship with him, and included her in his vendetta. The list remains in Marion's former home, preserved behind police evidence tape. She never returned to live there, choosing instead to start fresh in a small apartment near her daughter in Seattle. Sometimes on quiet nights she wakes with a start, certain someone is watching her sleep. And in those moments between dreaming and waking, she can almost feel the sharp edge of a blade against her skin, almost hear a voice whispering that her name is the last one left, that someday, somehow, it too will be crossed off the list. But morning always comes, and with it, the reassuring knowledge that some mysteries, no matter how disturbing, may remain forever unsolved, their answers locked away in the minds of those who created them. Story 10. In the quiet stillness of an abandoned house, a phone lay on the dusty kitchen counter, its screen softly glowing. Detective Morgan Reed stood before it, her her mind consumed by the enigma that unfolded before her. The phone had dialed out an impossible call from a number linked to a woman long gone. Catherine Sullivan, deceased for 3 years, her voice echoing through the static, whispering of danger and fear. The house itself held secrets, once belonging to the Sullivan family before tragedy struck, forcing them to flee. Detective Reed and her partner, Walsh, delved into the mystery, seeking answers in the shadows of the past. No fingerprints, no footprints, no logical explanation for the spectral call that pierced the silence. As they unraveled the threads of Catherine's life, a chilling truth emerged from the depths of her journal, a tale of love turned sinister, of control and desperation. Mark Jennings, the boyfriend with a facade of innocence, now cast under suspicion as the journal revealed the darkness that lurked beneath. The truth buried deep in the earth, unearthed by relentless pursuit. A buried phone, a hidden connection to a night of terror. Catherine's voice, silenced by violence, now speaking volumes through the evidence uncovered. Mark's deception unraveled, his twisted games exposed in the harsh light of justice. A manhunt ensued, culminating in a chilling confrontation at the abandoned house where it all began. Mark's delusions shattered, his elaborate ruse dismantled piece by piece. As the gavel fell, justice prevailed. Catherine's voice, once lost to the world, found resonance in the halls of truth. Her story, a testament to resilience and the enduring power of a silenced voice to echo through the corridors of time. And so the phone in the evidence locker remains, a silent sentinel to a tale of darkness and light. A reminder that even in the depths of despair, a voice can still find a way to speak, to seek justice, and to bring closure to those left behind in the shadows of the past. Story 11. The apartment had sat in silence for months, shrouded in mystery. When the new tenants crossed its threshold, they braced themselves for the usual remnants of neglect, dust settling like whispered secrets, perhaps a few forsaken pieces of furniture left behind. But one door stood defiant, refusing to yield to their curiosity. It was a closet, its secrets locked away behind a stubborn barrier. With a determined push, the landlord finally pried it open, revealing a sight that sent shivers down the spines of all who beheld it. The walls bore witness to a silent struggle, etched with deep, jagged scratches that spoke of desperation and fear. And nestled in the corner, a relic of the past, a vintage flip phone, its once vibrant screen now dim except for one haunting message left unread. Detective Morgan Shaw, a seasoned investigator with a keen eye for the enigmatic, felt a chill creep up her spine at the sight before her. It wasn't the presence of gore or violence that unsettled her, but the haunting implications of those ominous markings. Someone had been trapped within that confined space, their existence a silent battle for freedom. "We need forensics on site immediately," she instructed her partner, Officer Reed, who was meticulously documenting the eerie tableau before them, "and gather all information on the previous tenants." The cryptic message on the forgotten phone simply stated, "I know what you did." The landlord, a jittery figure with perpetually clammy hands, revealed that the former tenant, a reserved young woman named Emma Caldwell, had vanished without a trace, leaving rent unpaid in her wake. She was a quiet one kept to herself. "Left about 6 months ago," he muttered, avoiding the gaze of the ominous closet. As forensic analysis unveiled a web of DNA embedded in the scratches on the walls, a sinister puzzle began to take shape. Emma's blood mingled with the wood, telling a tale of struggle and suffering. But 2 other DNA profiles emerged, one unidentifiable, the other belonging to a man who had supposedly met his end in a tragic accident years prior. "This defies logic," Shaw murmured, her gaze fixed on the perplexing evidence laid out before her. Derek Mercer, a man declared deceased after a violent past, now left his mark within the confines of Emma's former abode. The pieces of the puzzle hinted at a darkness that lurked beneath the surface of the ordinary. Emma's apartment whispered of an existence abruptly halted, unopened mail, a lonely coffee mug in the sink, a neatly made bed untouched. Phone records painted a picture of a life interrupted, conversations with a sister abruptly ceasing, replaced by a flurry of calls from an unknown number in the days leading to her disappearance. The sister mentioned a mysterious boyfriend, Officer Reed revealed, no name given, just described as intense and private. Surveillance footage captured a shadowed figure trailing Emma into her sanctuary one fateful night, his features obscured by a baseball cap and a cloak of secrecy. The revelation came with the discovery of partial fingerprints on the closet's inner doorknob, traces belonging to Derek Mercer. He staged his demise, Shaw concluded, her mind racing to unravel the threads connecting Emma's fate to the enigmatic man who had evaded death's grasp. The pursuit of truth led the investigators down a twisted path, unveiling a connection to another missing soul, Lynette Porter, who had vanished without a trace years prior. Clues converged, pointing towards a secluded property linked to Mercer's lineage, where a harrowing discovery awaited them. Behind forbidding doors in the depths of the basement, they found Lynette hollow-eyed and emaciated, a ghost of her former self, ensnared in a nightmare reminiscent of Emma's torment. "He forced me to witness," she whispered, her voice a fragile echo. "Said I needed to understand the fate of those who dared to flee." Evidence amassed a tapestry of Mercer's obsession with dominance, captured in chilling journals, haunting photographs, and damning video recordings that captured Emma's final moments of anguish. "She thought she could expose me," his voice echoed in the recordings, "but no one reveals my truths." The pursuit of Derek Mercer spanned jurisdictions, a manhunt fueled by the realization that his thirst for power transcended mere mortality. As the net closed in, psychologists delved into the abyss of his psyche, unearthing a darkness that chilled even the most seasoned of minds. His capture at a nondescript bus terminal marked the end of a reign of terror, his intentions veiled behind a facade of calm detachment. "She sent that message to herself," he asserted, a smirk playing on his lips. "She craved discovery, but her fate was sealed the moment she crossed my path." The trial laid bare the intricate web of deceit Mercer had spun, his elaborate ploy to vanish from the realm of the living and prey on unsuspecting souls. Emma's body remained a mystery, lost to the shadows of the closet where she had fought her final battle, her silent plea immortalized in a text message preserved by a dying battery. The jury's swift verdict echoed through the courtroom, sealing Mercer's destiny with a sentence of eternal imprisonment. As he faced the consequences of his malevolent deeds, a flicker of satisfaction danced in his eyes, a private satisfaction known only to him. In a poignant moment at the sentencing, Lynette Porter confronted her captor with steely resolve. "He imprisoned us in darkness because that's where his soul resides, caged in malevolence. But as he withers in captivity, I shall bask in the light of freedom." The case left an indelible mark on the department, reshaping procedures for missing persons inquiries, with a focus on unraveling intricate relationships and delving into the shadows of rental properties. Detective Shaw preserved the closet door from Emma's abode as a somber reminder that sometimes the most profound horrors are etched not in blood, but in the silent cries of those who fought to survive in the shadows. Story 12. The gentle current lazily meandered that quiet morning, the water reflecting the soft hues of the rising sun. The lone fisherman, lost in his thoughts, almost missed the peculiar sight of a suitcase bobbing near the tranquil shore. Initially dismissing it as a collection of discarded garments, a pungent aroma soon assaulted his senses as he drew closer. The case, adorned with chains and weathered by time, held secrets far more sinister than old clothes. When the authorities pried it open, they were met not by fabric but by strands of hair, fingers frozen in a macabre grip. Nestled at the bottom was a chilling note that whispered, "This isn't the first." Detective Sarah Mercer, her expression unreadable, delicately dabbed at her nose with a handkerchief as she surveyed the haunting tableau. The victim, a woman in her prime, her features now marred by the touch of the water, lay still as the meticulous medical examiner meticulously catalogued every detail. It wasn't the brutality of the disposal method that struck Mercer, but rather the eerie reverence shown to the victim's manicured nails, freshly styled hair, adorned in opulent attire. Catherine Walsh, a renowned real estate agent specializing in luxury properties, emerged as the identity of the deceased. Divorced and childless, she led a solitary existence in an affluent neighborhood. Colleagues painted a picture of a driven, exacting professional with a penchant for privacy. Her disappearance sent shockwaves through her circle when she failed to attend a crucial showing, a potentially career-defining moment. As investigators delved into Walsh's meticulously curated modern abode, a pattern of perfection emerged. Every facet of her home exuded an almost unnatural flawlessness. However, a crack in the facade revealed itself in her home office, a slightly ajar drawer harboring a leather-bound journal. The final entry ominously hinted at a shadowy presence watching her, a recurring motif in her emails from mysterious senders professing, "I see your perfection." The digital realm unveiled a tapestry of unnerving messages, each a mirror reflecting Walsh's meticulous existence. A web of security searches and cryptic warnings hinted at a lurking danger that had finally materialized. Mercer pieced together the puzzle, recognizing the calculated precision in the crime scene as a chilling ritual, a twisted expression of obsession. The breakthrough emerged from an unexpected source, a pawnshop proprietor recognizing Walsh's distinctive emerald necklace among his wares. The trail led to Michael Linden, an unassuming maintenance worker with a penchant for shadows. Surveillance footage painted a damning portrait of his stealthy incursions into Walsh's sanctuary, each visit meticulously timed to coincide with her absence. Within Linden's modest dwelling, a chilling gallery of photographs adorned the walls, each capturing unsuspecting women, their likenesses eerily similar to Walsh's. Behind a false panel lurked a shrine dedicated to his victims, each item a macabre relic of his twisted affection, a lock of hair, a stained tissue, keys to lives he had invaded. Confronted with irrefutable evidence, Linden remained eerily composed, his admission of their imperfections chilling the room. Each victim in his eyes bore a flaw that only he could rectify. The search for the two missing women mentioned in his cryptic note unveiled further atrocities, each a tragic echo of Walsh's fate, each a life snuffed out in the name of a delusional pursuit of perfection. As the trial unfolded, Linden's impassive facade cracked not once, his silent gaze meeting the tearful eyes of the victims' families. With a sentence of life imprisonment pronounced, the chapter seemed closed, justice served. Yet for Mercer, unanswered questions lingered in the air, haunting reminders of the darkness that dwells beneath the veneer of normalcy. The river's gentle murmur continued its eternal dance downstream, carrying with it the secrets of the past, washing away all traces of the tragedy that had unfolded on its banks. But in the quiet of the precinct, amidst the hum of fluorescent lights, Mercer's desk held silent sentinels, those chilling notebooks, testaments to the shadows that lurked behind closed doors in the hearts of seemingly ordinary individuals. For in the stillness of the night, beneath the watchful gaze of the moon, the most perilous predators often wear masks of normalcy, waiting for the sliver of imperfection to betray their true nature. Story 13. The inn was modest, outdated, a haven for transient souls seeking a brief respite from the world. The receptionist passed her the key with a cryptic gaze. "Just steer clear of the final door on your left," his words barely audible. Intrigue stirred within her. That night, shrouded in the dim glow of the hallway lights, she hesitated in front of it. The doorknob felt like ice to her touch. To the naked eye, the door appeared no different from its counterparts until she leaned in, pressing her ear against it. A whisper of breath emanated from the other side. Awakening from her slumber, Detective Morgan Reed brushed away the remnants of sleep as she slipped beneath the yellow tape marking the entrance to the crime scene. The metallic tang in the air greeted her first, an all too familiar scent of blood. Stains seeped into the worn carpet, transforming its hue to a deep, almost black shade. Within the room, a tale of contradictions unfolded. An immaculate bathroom, an untouched bed, and the gruesome sight that lay betwixt. A young woman lay lifeless on the floor, her golden locks splayed like a halo. Her vacant eyes stared upwards, frozen in a silent scream of shock or fear. Reed knelt beside the victim, mindful not to disturb the array of evidence markers scattered around. "Third one this season," remarked the forensic technician, his tone devoid of emotion as he meticulously documented the scene. "Same modus operandi as the others." Reed nodded in silent acknowledgement. The victim adorned in elegant attire, a stark contrast to the humble inn setting. A designer purse lay open on the nightstand, its contents untouched. This was not a crime of theft. There was a deeper motive at play. The hotel manager lingered anxiously in the doorway, his complexion drained of color. "She arrived alone, paid in cash. I never imagined," his voice faltered. "The chambermaid discovered her during the routine cleaning." Reed surveyed the room once more. No signs of forced entry, no defensive wounds on the victim. She had either welcomed her assailant willingly or known them beforehand. Back at the precinct, Reed pinned up photographs on the investigation board. 3 women, all bearing a striking resemblance, all discovered in nondescript motels off the beaten path. Speculation began to swirl among the public, rumors of a serial predator taking root in the community. "The autopsy results are in," announced Detective Hayes, dropping a folder on Reed's desk. "Cause of death, manual strangulation. No trace of DNA beneath the victim's fingernails. No evidence of sexual assault." Reed furrowed her brow. This was a crime driven by personal vendetta, not mere predation. Days blended together as the inquiry delved deeper. Surveillance footage from the inn yielded no significant leads. The victim, identified as Elaine Werner, a financial analyst with no apparent adversaries. Her acquaintances painted a picture of a meticulous, cautious individual, an unlikely guest at such a humble establishment. A breakthrough emerged during Reed's conversation with Werner's sister. She mentioned a man from her workplace, the sister disclosed, her hands trembling around her cup of coffee. Someone she kept secret, a complicated individual, possibly married. Reed lined in attentively. Did she ever disclose his name? She referred to him as C, that's all she divulged. The focus of the investigation shifted towards Werner's workplace. Colleagues described her as reserved, dedicated. None were privy to her clandestine relationship. However, a business card nestled within Werner's desk calendar led Reed to Charles Emerson, Senior Vice President. Emerson maintained a facade of composure when questioned, concerned, cooperative, maintaining a calculated distance. His alibi seemed airtight, dining with his spouse and another couple, yet a disquieting glint in his eyes did not escape Reed's notice. "Were you acquainted with Elaine Werner outside of the office?" Reed inquired casually. A flicker of unease passed over Emerson's features, fleeting yet perceptible. Strictly professional. In the ensuing days, forensic analysis linked partial fingerprints from Werner's handbag to Emerson. When confronted, his facade crumbled. "There was an affair," he confessed, "but I terminated it. She threatened to expose me to my wife." "Sufficient cause for murder," Reed probed. Emerson's countenance hardened. "I never set foot in that inn." Contrary to his claims, the hotel records painted a contradictory narrative. A credit card transaction for the neighboring room charged to Emerson's corporate account. A covert camera unearthed in the room's ventilation shaft. The mounting evidence pointed towards Emerson's guilt. Fibers from his distinctive suit matched those found on Werner's body. His DNA lingered on a water glass within her quarters. Examination of his home computer unveiled incriminating recordings of the prior victims. A pattern emerged. Emerson targeted women bearing a resemblance to his wife in her youth. He lured them to designated inns, invariably selecting the room adjacent to the last door on the left, a chamber meticulously outfitted with surveillance apparatus. Following their encounters, he returned to erase any trace of his misdeeds, the women themselves. In the interrogation chamber, Emerson's facade finally cracked. "They posed a threat to everything," he murmured. "My reputation, my marriage, my existence." The trial proceeded swiftly, a spectacle in the clinical confines of the courtroom. Emerson remained devoid of remorse, upholding the vacant expression that had served him well in the corporate realm. The judge decreed a lifetime sentence sans parole. As officers escorted him away, Reed locked gazes with him. Fleetingly, she glimpsed a void behind his mask, not empathy, but its stark absence. A chilling void where compassion should have resided. Dubbed the door on the left case by the media, Emerson's psyche became a subject of scrutiny for psychologists. Enthusiasts of true crime dissected the minutiae of the investigation. Yet for Reed, the case lingered unresolved. At times, traversing hotel corridors, she found herself counting doorways, pondering the enigmatic secrets veiled behind them. Safeguarded in the evidence vault, 3 identical keys lay preserved and categorized. Physical relics serving as a reminder that certain doors, once unlocked, can never be sealed shut again. Story 14. The new homeowners believed it to be a mere quirk, the crackling of the old intercom late at night, a relic of the past, rewired but forgotten. Then one evening the husband, driven by curiosity, pressed the button. A whisper crackled through the speaker. "Why did you return?" Startled, he recoiled, his hands trembling. His wife, standing behind him, softly uttered, "I never said that." The Victorian manor stood gracefully amidst ancient oak trees, its aged facade concealing a modern interior. Daniel and Meredith Parker, enamored with history, had acquired the property at an unexpectedly reasonable price, despite the real estate agent's uneasy demeanor during the tour. The intercom system, a vintage charm linking all rooms, had captivated the couple's hearts. Detective Sarah Reeves arrived at the estate, the gravel echoing under her unmarked vehicle's tires. Initially reported as a possible break-in, a hint of something more lingered in the dispatcher's voice. Daniel Parker, his pallor stark under the porch light, welcomed Detective Reeves, leading her through the grand foyer. "It all began with the intercom," he recounted, as static turned into whispers, then full sentences. "My wife thought I was imagining things until she heard it too." In the living room, Meredith sat tensely on an antique sofa, hands clasped around a steaming mug left untouched. "We found something hidden behind the wall," she divulged. Daniel wanted to expand the pantry, and when he tore down the drywall, her voice wavered. Encased in deteriorating plastic behind the wall, they had unearthed a small leather-bound journal. Detective Reeves, gloved hands delicately turning its brittle pages, deciphered the elegant yet frantic script of Alina, the journal's previous owner. The entries chronicled Alina's mounting suspicion of her husband Vincent's malevolent intentions. The last entry was 30 years ago, Daniel clarified. After that, silence. The prior owners mentioned purchasing the house from an elderly man who relocated to a retirement community. Investigations unveiled that Vincent and Alina Blackwood had indeed resided there. Records indicated Vincent sold the house shortly after Alina's alleged departure, with no divorce, change of address, or financial transactions under Alina's name post the final journal entry. Detective Reeves mobilized a team to scrutinize the property thoroughly. Beneath the garden shed's concrete foundation, ground-penetrating radar detected anomalies. As the investigators breached the decades-old concrete, the truth emerged in the form of human remains. Forensic analysis identified the skeleton as a woman in her 40s, bearing signs of blunt force trauma to the skull. Among the remains lay a gold wedding band inscribed, "To Alina, my eternal love." The case against Vincent Blackwood swiftly solidified. Elderly and residing in a care facility, Vincent comprehended the charges brought against him. Confronted with the evidence, his response sent a shiver down the detective's spine. "She wouldn't cease her chatter," Vincent stated, his tone unnervingly composed. "Always speaking through that cursed intercom, monitoring me, interrogating me. I disconnected it, but she reconnected it herself, claiming she wanted to always reach me, wherever I was in the house." His vacant gaze lifted. "I simply desired tranquility." In his confession, Vincent disclosed how he fabricated the narrative of Alina leaving him, even sending neighbors postcards from fabricated locations, written in forged handwriting. He had dwelled in the house for years, walking daily above the concrete concealing his wife's resting place. The trial concluded swiftly, Vincent pleading guilty to murder. The sentencing judge remarked on the calculated nature of the crime and the decades-long deception that ensued. Daniel and Meredith eventually sold the house, unable to endure its grim past. Before departing, they held a memorial for Alina in the restored garden post the investigation. The next owners removed the intercom during renovations. Workers reported hearing static and whispers during its removal, attributing it to interference from their tools. Detective Reeves revisited the Blackwood case file before its archiving. As she closed the folder, she pondered how the house had seemingly transcended time to unveil its secret. Justice had finally caught up with Vincent Blackwood, all thanks to Alina finding a way to make her voice heard. Local law enforcement dubbed the case the house that answered back. Occasionally, Detective Reeves would pass by the estate on her way home. She never halted, but would slow down, window cracked open, listening for whispers carried on the wind. Story 15, The Enigmatic House. The realtor's listing made no mention of a basement. The blueprints bore no trace of it. Yet as the family peeled back the worn carpet, a hidden door was revealed. A sturdy, rusted handle beckoned. It took their combined efforts to swing it open. A musty breath greeted them, laden with the aroma of moist soil. Descending steps vanished into the shadows. They anticipated a storage area. Instead, they encountered a solitary chair beneath a swaying light bulb. And on the wall behind it, a series of photographs depicting them. Snapshots captured from within the confines of their own home. The Mercer family had settled into the suburban abode amidst the winter's early darkness, the skeletal trees outside standing stark against the chilly sky. The two-story dwelling, with its worn siding and creaking floors, exuded character, they had convinced themselves. Character and a rich history. Little did they foresee the depths of history the house harbored, or how intensely it would intersect with their present. Detective Sarah Connors arrived at the residence with her partner, the crime scene unit already cordoning off the area with fluttering yellow tape. Mrs. Mercer's frantic call had described the unsettling discovery beneath their living room floor. "We must document everything before anyone else descends," Connors directed, slipping on latex gloves with practiced ease. Flashes of the camera illuminated the stairwell sporadically as the forensic team meticulously documented the scene. The wooden steps groaned under their weight. The basement, a cramped space akin to a standard bedroom, featured concrete walls painted a dull gray. A lone chair anchored to the floor occupied the center. Above it, the naked bulb cast stark shadows, twirling gently from an unseen breeze. However, it was the array of photographs that captivated attention. 37 images meticulously arranged in chronological order. "These date back nearly 4 weeks," remarked Connor's partner, scrutinizing the timestamps inscribed on the prints. "Look at this one, Mrs. Mercer dozing on the couch, Mr. Mercer at the table, the children in their rooms." The absence of forced entry, broken windows, or tampered locks perplexed the investigators. The security system had never been triggered. Nothing tangible had been pilfered, yet their privacy had been violated and their sense of security shattered. Forensic analysis unveiled multiple fingerprints in the basement, most belonging to former occupants of the house. The property's records revealed a tumultuous history, changing hands 6 times in the past decade, each family departing within a year and selling at increasingly reduced prices. None had mentioned the existence of a basement. "We must interview every prior owner," Connors instructed, flipping through her notepad. The case grew increasingly unsettling as they delved into the property's past. Discrepancies in records emerged, blueprints altered between sales, permits filed and retracted, inspection reports heavily redacted. A breakthrough arose during the interrogation of the contractor who had renovated the house 7 years prior. His complexion drained upon seeing photos of the basement. "That room is non-existent," he insisted, hands quivering. "I stripped that place down to the foundation. No basement, no door, nothing beneath the living room floor except soil and concrete." Data extracted from a concealed memory card within the light fixture unveiled hundreds more images, not solely of the Mercers, but of past families. Children slumbering, parents quarreling, intimate moments, mundane routines, all surreptitiously captured by an unauthorized observer. The discovery of audio files in a weatherproof box buried in the basement escalated the case's severity. Voice recordings from the master bedroom, kitchen, and living room revealed a sophisticated surveillance network, despite the lack of physical devices found during the initial search. "We must dismantle every wall," Connors commanded, her tone taut with urgency. "Inspect the air vents, light fixtures, electrical outlets. The perpetrator has been monitoring these families for years." Beyond the wall of photographs, investigators uncovered a narrow passage leading to a compact monitoring station. A desk, a chair, a laptop linked to an array of wireless cameras, and a journal brimming with meticulous observations on each family that had resided in the house, their routines, their schedules, their disputes, their vulnerabilities. The penmanship aligned with samples from the property's original builder, a man by the name of Edward Kelvin. Official records indicated his demise during the house's construction, an assertion that raised suspicions as the inquiry unfolded. No death certificate had been filed, no funeral arrangements documented. Edward Kelvin had vanished from public records without a trace. The journal's final entries grew increasingly erratic. Phrases like "they never glance below" and "they never perceive me" recurred incessantly. The ultimate page bore a solitary sentence: "The subsequent family arrives tomorrow." Fingerprint analysis corroborated the detective's burgeoning suspicions. Edward Kelvin had never departed from the house he had erected. He had merely retreated into its concealed recesses, crafting a labyrinth of vantage points from which to observe the families who believed they dwelled in solitude. The pursuit of Kelvin extended over 3 days. He was discovered curled within a crawlspace amidst the second-floor chambers, his physique lean and sinewy, acclimated to maneuvering through the narrow passages he had fashioned within the walls. His eyes blinked against the glare of the flashlights, unaccustomed to direct illumination. During interrogation, Kelvin spoke of the families as if they were players in his private drama. He narrated watching them with the clinical detachment of a scientist studying specimens. He had refrained from physical contact, theft, or direct intervention in their lives. His actions were confined to observation, documentation. "They welcomed me," he informed the investigators, his voice soft and rational. "They signed the agreements. They belong to me." A psychiatric evaluation concluded Kelvin suffered from severe delusions, perceiving himself as a custodian of the house rather than an intruder. The families were transient guests in what he deemed his permanent abode. The Mercer family refrained from revisiting the property. Like their predecessors, they relinquished their possessions, carrying only essentials in their suitcases. The house sat vacant as the case proceeded through the judicial system. The trial unveiled the magnitude of Kelvin's surveillance apparatus, concealed rooms accessible solely through crawl spaces, observation posts integrated into the edifice itself, all meticulously planned prior to the initial brick being laid. The house had been conceived as a surveillance mechanism from its inception, its inhabitants unwitting participants in Kelvin's obsessive scrutiny. Upon the jury's verdict, Kelvin exhibited no reaction. He had already retreated into the recesses of his mind's architecture, where he could traverse unseen through the passages of the house now existing solely in reminiscence. The property was ultimately razed, its subterranean expanse excavated and filled. Yet, for the families who had dwelled within, the violation endured. They were haunted not by what had been extracted from them, but by what had remained concealed, observing, eavesdropping, recording their most intimate moments from within walls they had trusted to provide security. At times, in hushed instances, they caught themselves glancing upwards at air vents, light fixtures, the junctures where walls met ceilings, pondering if they were truly solitary now, pondering if they ever had been. Story 16. The aged apartment exuded a sense of history, its walls holding secrets whispered through the creaking heating system and rattling pipes. To her, these sounds were commonplace, blending into the background of her daily life, until one night a faint voice drifted through the vents, not a casual conversation, but a haunting whisper calling out her name. Startled, she leaned in closer, feeling a chill brush against her cheek before the voice spoke again, almost teasingly. "I know you can hear me." Detective Morgan Shaw stood in the midst of the empty apartment, a shroud of mystery enveloping the scene. Her eyes fixated on the rusty vent cover forcibly removed from the wall. The forensic team meticulously cataloged every detail, capturing the essence of the room through their lenses. The missing woman, Alina Reeves, had vanished without a trace until a peculiar odor caught the building manager's attention after 7 long days. Officer Patel relayed the unsettling information from his notes, revealing Alina's eerie encounters with the voices that seemed to echo through the ventilation system. The building's management had dismissed her claims, attributing them to the peculiar noises of the outdated infrastructure. Shaw knelt by the vent, tracing the desperate scratch marks etched around its edges, a silent plea for escape from within. Alina was a beloved kindergarten teacher, Her absence felt deeply by those who knew her warm smile and thriving houseplants. Her classroom remained adorned with handmade cards from worried students, a poignant reminder of her sudden disappearance. The pieces of the puzzle began to form as Alina's sister recounted her fears of being watched and spoken to through the very vents that now seemed to hold a sinister presence. Examining the apartment anew, Shaw noticed the subtle details that hinted at a presence lurking in the shadows. The meticulously arranged bed, the forgotten coffee mug in the sink, the chair positioned beneath the vent as though someone had been perched there, listening intently to the whispers that filled the room. As the investigation unfolded, startling revelations came to light. Fibers from Alina's favorite cardigan trapped in the vent, a foreign fingerprint on the inner side of the vent cover, and chilling audio recordings from Alina's phone capturing the eerie whispers that plagued her nights. The building's dark history unraveled, with past tenants fleeing under mysterious circumstances, haunted by the unseen forces that seemed to dwell within the walls. The focus shifted to Harold Weber, the enigmatic building superintendent whose calm facade cracked under scrutiny. His connection to the previous tenants of apartment 4B hinted at a deeper involvement in the unfolding mystery, leading to the discovery of a hidden passage within Alina's bathroom that offered a chilling glimpse into the stalker's lair. Weber's meticulously organized files revealed a disturbing obsession with his victims, capturing their lives through illicit recordings and voyeuristic photographs. His arrest brought closure to the families of the missing, unveiling a pattern of manipulation and terror that had festered within the building for years. In the courtroom, Weber's unsettling demeanor only reinforced the horrors of his actions, his delusions of symbiosis with the building laid bare for all to see. Despite his claims of the building's whispers persisting, justice prevailed as the jury swiftly delivered a guilty verdict, sealing Weber's fate. The once lively apartment building now stands abandoned, a ghostly reminder of the darkness that once lurked within its walls. Residents speak of eerie whispers that drift through the vents, chilling drafts that carry spectral voices, and a haunting presence that lingers despite the renovations and fresh coats of paint. The echoes of the past continue to reverberate, a testament to the enduring legacy of fear and dread that still haunts the building's corridors. Story 17: The Mystery of Whispering Manor. She desired to freshen up the nursery before the new baby's arrival. The walls wore a faded blue hue, a color that seemed to hold secrets deep within its ancient layers. As she carefully applied the first coat of white paint, a hidden surprise emerged from beneath the faint outline of letters gradually sharpening into a clear message. "Don't let it hear you." Her breath hitched in her throat as she took a step back, her eyes widening in shock. There in the fresh paint were tiny handprints, impossibly high on the wall for any child to have reached. This peculiar discovery within the nursery of the Morgan residence marked the beginning of what would later become known as the Whispering House case. The young couple had acquired the Victorian-style home at a remarkably low price, unaware of the dark secrets it held. Detective Sarah Klein, her notebook in hand, pressed the doorbell at the residence. A pregnant woman answered, her belly swelling beneath her paint-stained overalls. Dark circles shadowed her eyes, evidence of sleepless nights. The detective observed the tremble in the woman's hands as she recounted the chilling discovery of the hidden message and handprints. The previous owners vanished suddenly, the woman explained. The neighbors mentioned they left in the dead of night with just a few belongings hastily packed into their car. As Detective Klein roamed through the historic home, the aged floorboards creaked beneath her footsteps. In the nursery, she examined the incomplete wall painting, the eerie message still visible where the painting had abruptly halted. Beside it, 5 small handprints adorned the wet paint, positioned at a height that defied logic. Back at the precinct, Detective Klein delved into the property records. The house had changed ownership 8 times in 3 decades, a suspiciously high turnover rate. Even more unsettling were the child welfare reports linked to 3 of the previous families. Children had reported hearing whispers from the walls and feeling watched as they slept. The detective delved deeper, scouring through construction logs and historical archives. The house had once belonged to Eleanor Blackwood, a wealthy widow who ran a small orphanage on the premises during the industrial era. Records hinted at the disappearance of 5 children under her care, presumed to have run away. Interviews with former residents unveiled a pattern of eerie happenings: rearranged toys, mysterious laughter in empty corridors, and unexplained crayon drawings. Most dismissed these occurrences as mere figments of imagination until the cryptic writing surfaced. The message, though slightly different in each account, bore the same handwriting: "Don't let them find you. Don't make a sound. Don't let it hear you." A forensic linguist confirmed the writing matched samples from Eleanor Blackwood's journals. The investigation took a macabre turn when ground-penetrating radar revealed anomalies beneath the basement floor. 5 distinct shapes, child-sized, lurked beneath the concrete. Upon excavation, a grim discovery awaited: 5 sets of tiny remains arranged in a circle. Forensic analysis pointed to the children's demise during Eleanor's residence. Each child wore a pendant engraved with their name, the 5 orphans who had vanished. Luminol sprayed in the nursery unveiled a haunting sight: countless handprints glowing in the darkness, invisible under layers of paint. Eleanor's journals shed light on her twisted beliefs, viewing orphaned children as vessels of spiritual energy. The children had etched warnings in the wall, hoping future occupants would uncover their tragic fate. Justice was finally served as the victims received a proper burial, their names etched as murder victims rather than runaways. The house stood desolate, the expectant couple refusing to return. Detective Klein's final report documented the eerie handprints illuminated by luminol and the chilling message beneath the paint. Despite closure for the victims, an unexplainable presence lingered within the house, reaching out through time and paint layers. The nursery walls were demolished, yet workers reported whispers of children's voices amidst the debris, refusing to return after dusk. The house met its end, condemned and abandoned, a haunting reminder of unsolved mysteries. Detective Klein kept a photograph from the case, a haunting image of 5 luminol handprints glowing in the darkness, a somber reminder that some crimes leave indelible marks beyond the realm of mere paint and plaster. Story 18. In the quiet stillness of a suburban morning, a mysterious package arrived at Sarah Miller's doorstep. No return address, no tracking number, just a plain cardboard box damp with dew. It wasn't meant for her, the name on it unfamiliar. Curiosity tugged at her, urging her to uncover its secrets. With a sense of unease, she tore open the box, expecting mundane contents. Instead, she found a VHS tape and a note with a simple instruction: watch alone. Sarah hesitated, the weight of the tape feeling heavier than it should. The note bore the urgency of someone desperate to be heard, its words etched with force on the paper. Despite the normalcy of her surroundings, the distant barking of a dog, the playful laughter of children, Sarah sensed an undercurrent of the extraordinary in this moment. Bringing the package inside, she hesitated before her old VCR, a relic of nostalgia gathering dust. Against her better judgment, she inserted the tape. Static flickered before resolving into a dimly lit room. A man, Daniel Whitaker, appeared on the screen, his weary voice confessing to a crime he claimed he did not commit. His story unfolded a tale of betrayal, manipulation, and a web of deceit that ensnared him in a murder he swore he did not commit. Detective Eliza Ramirez found herself drawn into the mystery as she uncovered more tapes, each revealing a piece of the puzzle surrounding Catherine Walsh's murder. As the investigation delved deeper, Ramirez uncovered a tangled web of corporate corruption, whistleblowers, and a sinister plot to frame an innocent man. Sarah received a second package, filled with incriminating evidence against a powerful pharmaceutical company, PharmaCorp. The pieces began to fall into place as Ramirez connected the dots, following Whitaker's trail of breadcrumbs to the truth hidden in plain sight. With Sarah's keen observation, the final piece of the puzzle fell into place, a reflection in a window, a clue leading to the unraveling of a meticulously orchestrated conspiracy. Justice prevailed not through dramatic arrests, but through the relentless pursuit of truth and the courage of ordinary individuals to challenge the manufactured narratives that sought to deceive. As Daniel Whitaker emerged from hiding, vindicated but forever changed by his ordeal, he and Sarah shared a moment of quiet reflection on her porch. In that fleeting moment, they understood the power of serendipity, of how a seemingly wrong address could lead to the right path of justice. The VHS tapes, now lodged in evidence, stood as a testament to the resilience of truth, waiting for someone bold enough to peer beyond the surface and uncover the hidden realities that lie beneath the veneer of normalcy. Story 19. The ancient library faced its imminent demise, slated for demolition by the hands of diligent workers. Nearly finished with their task, a serendipitous stumble led one worker to uncover a hidden latch nestled within a nondescript bookshelf. With a whisper-soft click, the entire shelving unit swung open, unveiling a concealed passage that beckoned towards a secluded chamber. The air within was heavy, pregnant with the weight of decades gone by, untouched and undisturbed. Devoid of furnishings save for a solitary chair anchored to the worn floorboards, the hidden room exuded an aura of mystery and foreboding. Etched repeatedly on the weathered walls, a haunting declaration echoed in the dim light, "I am still here." Summoned by the perturbed construction foreman, the authorities swiftly descended upon the scene, transforming what had started as a routine demolition into a chilling enigma. Detective Morgan Walsh, a seasoned veteran of 2 decades in law enforcement, found himself standing at the threshold of the hidden room, his flashlight piercing the darkness to reveal the unsettling message scrawled across the walls. "Secure the area," Walsh's command resonated through the chamber, bouncing off the confining walls. "No one disturbs a single thing until the forensics team arrives." The labyrinthine history of the building provided a rich tapestry of intrigue and tragedy. Once belonging to the esteemed Harrington family, the library had been bequeathed to the public following the mysterious disappearance of their daughter, Rebecca. Vanishing without a trace during her final year of college, all that remained of her existence was the abandoned car discovered near the dense woods. Despite exhaustive searches and inquiries, the case of Rebecca's vanishing had grown cold, shrouded in uncertainty and suspicion. As forensic experts painstakingly combed through the hidden room, a macabre puzzle began to take shape. Hair and fibers embedded in the aged chair, minute traces of blood and skin cells interwoven within the scratches on the walls, all pointing to a grim narrative of captivity and struggle. "This chair was meant for confinement," the forensic analyst remarked, gesturing towards the weathered leather straps still attached to the armrests. "Whoever was held here fought fiercely against their captor." Intrigued by the unsettling revelations, Walsh delved deeper into the Harrington family's past. The timing of the library's donation following Rebecca's disappearance raised suspicions, hinting at a connection that begged to be unearthed. Further inquiries unveiled a disturbing detail. The contractor responsible for the bookshelf's installation had close ties to Maxwell Harrington, Rebecca's uncle and the patriarch of the family. Financial records painted a picture of exorbitant payments made to the contractor, far exceeding the standard costs of renovations. Former library staff interviewed in the wake of the discovery expressed shock and ignorance regarding the hidden room's existence. However, a lone elderly librarian recalled Maxwell's peculiar obsession with preserving that section of the building, spending solitary hours within its confines long after closing time. Maxwell was adamant about leaving that area untouched during renovations, she recounted to the investigators. He claimed it held historical significance beyond measure. The investigation reached a critical juncture when DNA analysis confirmed a match between the biological material found in the hidden room and samples obtained from Rebecca's personal effects. The grim truth began to crystallize. Rebecca had not fled her life, but had been held captive behind the veneer of the bookshelf, potentially by a member of her own kin. Armed with a warrant, the detectives descended upon the Harrington estate, unearthing a damning piece of evidence concealed within Maxwell's study, a leather-bound journal hidden in a clandestine compartment. The journal laid bare Maxwell's twisted obsession with his niece, chronicling months of unhealthy fixation culminating in a chilling ultimatum. She threatened to expose everything. I could not allow that. The room will keep her until she sees reason. Confronted with the damning evidence and the irrefutable truth, Maxwell's composed demeanor shattered like glass. She was a threat to everything I had built, he confessed in a monotone voice devoid of remorse. Rebecca uncovered the truth about my embezzlement from the family foundation. The family's reputation was at stake. I had to silence her. The confession painted a macabre portrait of betrayal and malevolence. Maxwell had ensnared Rebecca, intending to coerce her into silence, but his sinister plans had spiraled into tragedy. In a moment of panic and violence, he had extinguished her life, entombing her beneath the floorboards of the hidden chamber before sealing its secrets from the world. Ground-penetrating radar confirmed the presence of human remains beneath the chamber's floor, and the subsequent excavation unveiled Rebecca's skeletal remains, adorned with the silver bracelet gifted to her by her grieving parents. The Harrington family, shadows of their former selves, bore witness to Maxwell's reckoning, a long overdue justice for the life he had callously extinguished. Rebecca's mother clutched the recovered bracelet, a poignant reminder of the daughter she could now lay to rest. The library's demolition, once a foregone conclusion, ground to a halt, morphing into a somber sight of remembrance and reckoning. Floral tributes adorned the entrance, a collective mourning for a life cut short and a truth concealed behind a veneer of silence. In a poignant twist of fate, Rebecca's haunting message etched on the walls, "I am still here," resonated through the hallowed halls, ensuring that her memory would endure and that the long arm of justice, though delayed, would ultimately find its mark. Story 20. She never fancied ascending to the attic, but when a storm brought forth a leak in the roof, she found herself compelled to confront it. The attic, shrouded in layers of dust and cobwebs, was a realm of forgotten treasures. Nestled in the farthest corner lay an ancient dollhouse, intricately crafted in an eerie manner, with its tiny furniture meticulously arranged. Yet, as she gazed into its miniature rooms, a wave of unease washed over her. The figures within were not mere dolls. They were diminutive, hand-carved replicas of her own family, each one placed precisely where they ought to be downstairs, except for one. The figure intended to represent her stood by the attic entrance. Rebecca Morgan tentatively traced her finger along the dollhouse's roof, feeling the indentation where the tiny wooden figure stood. A chill ran down her spine, unrelated to the draft whispering through the attic. This dollhouse had no place here. This wasn't her childhood abode, but a rental property her family had recently relocated to. The saga began with Rebecca's frantic call to the authorities. Law enforcement officers arrived at the suburban dwelling to find a family in turmoil, gathered in the living room, apprehensive about returning to the upper floor. Detective Sarah Harmon, the lead investigator, initially brushed off their concerns as a potential prank or the product of an overactive imagination in an unfamiliar setting. It was the intricate detail that caught my attention, Detective Harmon later recounted. Each tiny figurine captured a unique trait of every family member: the father's receding hairline, the teenage son's hoodie, even the small birthmark on the mother's hand. The course of the investigation altered when forensic teams uncovered fingerprints on the dollhouse that did not match any family members. Even more unsettling were the microscopic cameras hidden in the eyes of each miniature figure, all linked to a sophisticated surveillance system concealed beneath the dollhouse. Examining the Morgan family's movements in the days leading up to the discovery revealed a disconcerting revelation. The positions of the figures in the dollhouse mirrored not only where the family members had been seated that evening, but exact postures from various days, implying someone had been observing them long enough to learn their routines. We soon understood this was no ordinary stalking case, Detective Harmon elucidated. The perpetrator exhibited a level of fixation seldom seen in criminal psychology. The inquiry unveiled a concealed entrance to the basement, camouflaged behind a false wall in the pantry. Inside, investigators stumbled upon a makeshift living quarters, indicating that someone had been dwelling there even before the Morgans arrived. Traces of food packaging, water bottles, and a sleeping bag hinted at the intruder's prolonged stay beneath the family's feet. The absence of forced entry perplexed investigators. Property records disclosed that the house had sat vacant for nearly a year prior to the Morgans' tenancy. The previous owners, an elderly couple, had both passed away within a short span. Their son had overseen the estate sale and subsequent rental of the property. Neighborhood interviews yielded scarce information. Most residents had noticed nothing amiss, although one elderly lady mentioned sporadically spotting lights in the house during its unoccupied phase. I assumed it was the real estate folks showcasing the property, she informed investigators. It never crossed my mind that somebody might be residing there without permission. A breakthrough emerged through digital forensics. Analysis of the surveillance system linked to the miniature cameras led investigators to an external server via an IP address. The trail led to a modest apartment across town. Inside, the walls were adorned with photographs of the Morgan family and past occupants of the house. Detailed journal entries chronicled the daily routines of each family member with unsettling accuracy. Most chilling of all was a workshop housing numerous partially completed dollhouses, each representing different residences in the vicinity. The apartment belonged to Martin Wells, the son of the former homeowners. Financial records indicated mounting debts following his parents' demise. Instead of selling the property outright, he had fashioned the concealed living space, all the while residing there and collecting rent from unwitting tenants. The dollhouse served as his command center, expounded the forensic psychologist assigned to the case. Each figurine symbolized someone under his surveillance, Rebecca's placement by the attic door wasn't a threat, it was his acknowledgement of her discovery of his monitoring system. During interrogation, Wells remained oddly composed as he elucidated his motives. They were living in my home, sleeping in my parents' bedroom. I needed to ensure they treated it with respect. When probed about the positioned figures, he simply stated, I wanted them to be aware that I was always watching. A psychological evaluation unveiled a convoluted case of possessive delusions. Wells struggled to cope with the emotional fallout of losing his childhood home, resorting to an elaborate scheme to maintain dominance over it. The dollhouse had evolved into his means of asserting control over both the property and its inhabitants. The Morgan family never set foot in that house again. Rebecca later reflected on the most haunting moment not as the discovery of the dollhouse, but in grasping its implications. Someone had been observing us all this time, measuring our existence, reducing us to mere puppets. The true horror lay not in the dollhouse itself, but in realizing that in his eyes we were merely playthings to be arranged and watched. Wells faced multiple charges, including stalking, invasion of privacy, illegal surveillance, and trespassing. The case prompted a reassessment of real estate disclosure regulations concerning deaths on properties and the obligation of agents to ensure homes are adequately vacated before new occupants move in. During sentencing, the judge underscored the profound violation the Morgan family had endured. You didn't just intrude upon their home, you violated their sense of security and autonomy. You observed their most intimate moments and replicated them for your gratification. What perplexes criminologists most about this case is how long Wells might have operated undetected had Rebecca not stumbled upon the dollhouse. Analysis of his journals hinted that he had been clandestinely residing in homes for nearly 2 years, transitioning from one property to the next, constructing dollhouses for each family under his surveillance. The Morgan family eventually found a new residence far away, yet Rebecca acknowledged in her victim impact statement that she still checks closets and crawl spaces routinely. She rid their new home of all dollhouses and miniatures. At times I still feel as though I'm being watched, she shared. I ponder if somewhere out there, someone is still manipulating a miniature version of me in a dollhouse I have yet to uncover. Story 21. In the quiet depths of the night, when shadows dance and dreams beckon, tales of the unexpected often come to light. Renovations, with their promise of transformation and renewal, have a peculiar way of unveiling secrets long forgotten. For Sarah and Michael, a couple drawn to the timeless allure of a Victorian-era home, the journey of restoring their newfound treasure took a haunting turn. Beneath the ornate moldings and layers of history lay a hidden message, a silent warning from the past waiting to be discovered. As the couple lifted the aged floorboards, revealing a hidden chamber of mysteries, a folded letter emerged, delicate and weathered by time. Its faded ink held a cryptic message, "Don't trust the one who knocked." Before they could comprehend the gravity of those words, 3 sharp knocks reverberated through the desolate corridors of their home, sending shivers down their spines. Detective Alina Reed, with her keen gaze and steady demeanor, delved into the enigma that surrounded the old house, guided by a sense of curiosity tinged with apprehension. The investigation unraveled a web of intrigue woven through the lives of the previous occupants, the Hargrove family. Franklin and Margaret Hargrove, once pillars of the community, harbored a dark secret buried beneath the floorboards, a secret that echoed through the years, demanding to be heard. Margaret's whispered fears and Franklin's troubled past intertwined with the arrival of a mysterious figure, Victor Mercer, a man of shadows and debts. His disappearance 2 decades ago, marked by the chilling discovery of his remains beneath the house, unraveled a tale of betrayal and desperation. As Reed pieced together the fragments of the past, she unearthed the harrowing truth hidden within the walls of the old home. Franklin's descent into darkness, fueled by gambling debts and the specter of the collector, led to a fateful confrontation that forever sealed their fates. Margaret, bound by love and fear, became an unwitting accomplice to a crime born out of desperation. Her haunted whispers, captured in the pages of her diaries, painted a portrait of a woman tormented by the echoes of the past, haunted by the relentless knocking that echoed in her solitude. The house, once a sanctuary of memories and dreams, now stood as a silent witness to a tragedy long forgotten. Sarah and Michael, burdened by the weight of history, made the choice to part ways with the house, leaving it to the mercy of time and whispers of local lore. In the hushed stillness of the night, as moonlight bathed the empty halls in silver, whispers of the past lingered like ghosts in the shadows. The note, a chilling relic of a bygone era, remained a silent guardian of secrets untold, a reminder of the cautionary tale that unfolded within those walls. Detective Reed, with a sense of closure tinged with lingering questions, closed the case, knowing that some mysteries defy resolution, drifting like specters in the mist of memory. And as the house stood silent and abandoned, its mysteries veiled in shadows, the echoes of 3 distinct knocks lingered, a haunting reminder of the past that refused to be forgotten. Story 22, The Mysterious House. She crossed the threshold, the dust dancing in the stagnant air around her. The abandoned house stood frozen in time, its peeling walls and draped furniture telling tales of neglect. Each step she took felt like a journey into a forgotten moment, except for one peculiar detail. The doors, no matter which one she opened, each led back to the same room, trapping her in a perplexing loop. The only escape was the way she entered, but when she turned, the front door had vanished into thin air. The discovery of Morgan Pierce's lifeless body shifted the abandoned Victorian from a mere curiosity to a chilling crime scene. Detective Sarah Lind stood at the entrance, observing the forensic team moving silently through the dim interiors like spectral figures. The house had garnered a reputation among locals for its strange phenomena where compasses spun wildly and whispers of being watched lingered in the air. Now it held secrets far more sinister than mere urban legends. The initial assessment suggests she passed about 3 days ago, the medical examiner murmured, his voice barely audible. The cause appears to be asphyxiation. Morgan was found seated in an antique chair in the parlor, her posture serene, hands clasped neatly in her lap. No signs of struggle, no evidence of a fight. The scene exuded an eerie quiet that even seasoned investigators found unsettling. "Who discovered the body?" Lind inquired, flipping through her notes. "A real estate agent showing the property to potential buyers," her partner responded. They stumbled upon her, seated there, mistaking her for a trespasser until they drew closer. The house had remained uninhabited since the passing of its previous owner, Eleanor Blackwood, nearly 5 years prior. Legal battles had left the property abandoned, unwanted, and mostly forgotten except by vandals and thrill-seekers. Morgan Pierce, a 26-year-old graduate student delving into architectural anomalies for her thesis, had a keen interest in spaces that defied traditional design. Her friends described her as meticulous, driven, and captivated by places with unconventional layouts. The abandoned Victorian, notorious for disorienting visitors, must have beckoned to her curious nature. Her roommate reported her missing 2 days ago, Lind noted. Morgan mentioned visiting the house where people get lost for her research. Further investigation unveiled that Morgan had frequented the house in the weeks leading up to her demise. Her journal entries detailed peculiar acoustic properties, unexpected cold spots, and doors that seemed to lead to different rooms with each opening. In her final entry, she spoke of bringing specialized equipment to document what she called spatial inconsistencies, equipment that was nowhere to be found. During the autopsy, an unexpected revelation surfaced. Traces of a rare alkaloid were detected in Morgan's system, a substance linked to certain shamanic rituals. While the substance could induce disorientation and vivid hallucinations, the amounts in Morgan were not enough to be fatal. She wasn't into recreational drugs, her boyfriend asserted during questioning. Morgan was rigorous in her research. She wouldn't have jeopardized her perception knowingly. Digital investigations unearthed deleted messages from Morgan's phone, exchanges with a person who shared her fascination with the house, someone who professed to comprehend its enigmas. The messages grew more intimate and cryptic over time. The house holds memories of its past, one message read. It yearns for someone to understand. The trail led detectives to Adam Reeves, an architectural historian with whom Morgan had corresponded. His expertise in rare spatial anomalies intrigued her, and their professional relationship had evolved into something more personal. When questioned, Reeves appeared genuinely distraught by her passing. "The house has a reputation," he explained. The original architect incorporated optical illusions and false perspectives. He designed it to bewilder and confuse. Morgan believed there was a deeper layer to it, something beyond mere tricks of design. However, Reeves had a solid alibi for the time of Morgan's death, backed by security footage placing him at a university symposium hours away. A breakthrough emerged from an unexpected source. Eleanor Blackwood's grandson, now residing abroad. When contacted, he unveiled a long-held family secret. "My grandmother wasn't the sole Blackwood to perish in that house," he divulged. "Others met their end there, always found in the parlor, always appearing at peace. The family termed it the claiming." He provided investigators with journals spanning decades, chronicling deaths initially attributed to natural causes like heart failure or strokes. The pattern was glaring. Individuals spending prolonged periods in the house succumbed to what the family euphemistically labeled the influence. A secondary search of the premises revealed a concealed compartment behind the parlor's fireplace. Within, investigators discovered Morgan's missing equipment along with a peculiar collection. Artifacts from diverse indigenous cultures were meticulously arranged in a geometric formation. At the center sat a weathered figurine, its features smoothed by generations of touch. Analysis identified the carving as symbolizing a deity linked to liminal spaces, gateways between realms. Residues on the artifacts matched the alkaloid found in Morgan's system. The case took a new turn when dust pattern forensics hinted at a presence in the house during Morgan's demise. Partial fingerprints, distinct from Morgan's or any known visitors, were lifted from doorknobs throughout the residence. 3 weeks into the investigation, Adam Reeves was discovered deceased in his apartment. Like Morgan, he was found seated toward the entrance, a peaceful expression adorning his features, the same alkaloid present in his system. Clutched in his hand was a key that fit no lock in his abode, but slotted perfectly into the hidden compartment in the Victorian. In his final message to himself, preserved as a testament, Reeves inscribed, "The house doesn't bind you physically, it ensnares your perception." Morgan was correct. The doors led where they always have, but something deceives you into thinking you're meandering in circles. Once you grasp the truth, you can depart at any time, yet by then you no longer desire to. Case, officially unresolved, remained classified as suspicious deaths under scrutiny. The Victorian was condemned, its access restricted by authorities. Nonetheless, whispers persisted of lights flickering within on certain nights, of individuals entering but never departing. Some locals asserted that the house seized those who delved too deeply into its mysteries. Others believed that Morgan and Reeves had unearthed something ancient and potent, something residing in the interstices of conventional reality. The truth lingered as elusive as an exit in a house where all doors led back to the start. Story 23. In the stillness of the night, a mysterious package arrived in the mail, shrouded in secrecy within a plain envelope devoid of any return address. Its contents a single brass key, its surface weathered by the relentless passage of time. The homeowner, Sarah Miller, held the key in her hand, a sense of familiarity tugging at the edges of her consciousness. Though unfamiliar to her, there was a strange connection she couldn't quite place. As Sarah tested the key in every lock of her home, a sense of unease crept over her as each lock remained steadfast, refusing to yield to the brass key's touch. It was a key that did not belong to her, a key with a purpose yet unknown. Placing it gently on the coffee table, she watched in astonishment as the old grandfather clock in the hallway, silent and broken for years, emitted a single haunting chime that echoed through the empty house. Perplexed and unsettled by this inexplicable occurrence, Sarah reported the strange incident to the authorities, her voice tinged with a mixture of curiosity and apprehension. What began as a simple tale of a misplaced key soon unraveled into a web of darkness that gripped the quiet suburban neighborhood in a vice of fear and suspicion. The responding officer, initially dismissive of Sarah's concerns, took possession of the key, his skepticism giving way to a growing sense of foreboding. The key, seemingly insignificant yet laden with an unspoken weight, found its way into the hands of Detective Robert Harmon, a seasoned investigator with a keen intuition for the hidden truths that lurked beneath the surface of seemingly mundane events. The brass key, unassuming yet quietly menacing, sat on Detective Harmon's desk, a silent enigma that demanded unraveling. Background checks on Sarah revealed no hint of malice or wrongdoing, painting a portrait of a retired teacher leading a quiet life, touched by the sorrow of loss and the distance of family scattered across the country. Forensic analysis yielded little beyond Sarah's own fingerprints on the key, the envelope offering no clues save for a generic postmark that revealed nothing of significance. The key itself, a common Schlage model worn with age, bore no distinctive marks save for the weight of its history, a history that would soon intertwine with the darkest corners of human nature. The turning point came when Detective Harmon decided to delve deeper, running the key's unique bidding pattern through the department's database. A cold case, dormant for 7 years, resurfaced a key with an identical pattern linked to a storage unit where horrors beyond imagining had been unearthed. The original investigation, mired in shadows and unanswered questions, had stagnated, leaving a trail of unsolved mysteries in its wake. But as Detective Harmon pored over the dusty case files, a glimmer of hope flickered in the darkness, a connection, however tenuous, to a past that refused to be buried. The key, a silent witness to unspeakable atrocities, became the linchpin in a chain of events that would unravel the carefully constructed facade of normalcy, revealing the twisted heart of a predator hiding in plain sight. As the investigation deepened, Sarah's world began to fracture, her sense of security shattered by the grim realities that lurked beneath the surface of her once peaceful existence. New locks adorned her doors, a security system stood sentinel over her home, yet the question remained, why her, why this key? With relentless determination, Detective Harmon traced the key's origins back to a man named Harold Jenkins, a shadowy figure who had once dwelled in close proximity to Sarah, his presence a sinister specter haunting the edges of her consciousness. Jenkins, a man of shadows and secrets, had woven a web of deceit and darkness that ensnared all who crossed his path. The search for Jenkins, a man of elusive shadows and whispered rumors, intensified, his trail leading to a small cabin hidden in the depths of the wilderness, a place of unspeakable horrors and chilling revelations. Beneath the floorboards of the cabin, a hidden room revealed a macabre collection of brass keys, each one a grim testament to lives snuffed out in the darkness of Jenkins' twisted desires. The keys, each engraved with a name and date, whispered of untold horrors and unspeakable tragedies that had remained hidden from the world. As forensic teams unearthed the grim evidence buried behind the cabin, the scope of Jenkins' depravity became chillingly clear. The keys, silent witnesses to a litany of horrors, unlocked a Pandora's box of darkness that spilled forth in a torrent of grief and disbelief. Sarah, once an unwitting pawn in Jenkins' twisted game, found herself thrust into a world of nightmares and shadows, her life forever altered by the brush of darkness that had grazed so near to her ordinary existence. The manhunt for Jenkins, a predator cloaked in the guise of normalcy, culminated in a final, fateful confrontation that left the community reeling in shock and disbelief. Jenkins, the keymaster, the architect of unspeakable horrors, met his end in a blaze of tragedy and despair, leaving behind a legacy of pain and suffering. As the dust settled and the echoes of the past faded into silence, Sarah found herself adrift in a sea of unanswered questions and unspoken fears. The grandfather clock, once a harbinger of mystery and dread, stood silent and still, its secrets forever locked away in the dark recesses of memory. The case of Harold Jenkins, the keymaster, remains a chilling reminder of the darkness that lurks beneath the veneer of normalcy, a cautionary tale of the monsters that walk among us, hidden in plain sight. And somewhere in the quiet confines of an evidence locker, a collection of brass keys sits in silent testimony to lives cut short, each key a silent reminder of the fragility of existence and the tenuous grasp we hold on the light in the face of encroaching darkness. Story 24, the town held a secret about the house that lingered on the edge of the woods, shrouded in mystery and forgotten by time. Its presence was ominous, with darkened windows and a porch burdened by the weight of countless seasons gone by. No one laid claim to it, no one could recall its origins. Yet when a group of wanderers strayed too close, they stumbled upon a chilling sight, names etched into the wooden walls, carved deep like ominous messages. And at the very bottom, fresh and untouched, a name unknown to any of them, until with a trembling voice one whispered, "That name is mine." In the dead of night, a call came through to dispatch, logged as a routine trespassing incident. The voice at the other end belonged to Mason Wright, the lead hiker who had discovered his own name carved into the forsaken house. The responding officers expected a simple case of juvenile mischief, a prank amongst acquaintances, but what awaited them defied all logic. Detective Sarah Keller arrived as darkness descended upon the forest, her flashlight piercing through the shadows to reveal the weathered front of the dwelling. The names 27 in total etched vertically on the eastern wall, some barely visible, faded with time, while others remained sharp as if freshly carved. And at the end, Mason Wright, the incision still smelling faintly of sawdust. "I've never set foot here before," Mason protested, his breath forming clouds in the chilly air. I cannot fathom how anyone would know my name. The inquiry commenced with thorough investigations into each name listed. The findings sent shivers down the spines of the detective team. Every name belonged to an individual reported missing over the past 4 decades. Some cases had grown cold, while others remained open. But the unsettling commonality was that all had vanished while hiking alone. Forensic experts meticulously documented each carving, noting the depth, technique, and weathering of the names. The eldest inscription, Rebecca Hansen, tied back to a disappearance case from 37 years past. A young woman who ventured into these very woods but never returned, leaving behind only a solitary hiking boot by a stream. Mason's alibi remained unwavering under extensive questioning. He professed no ties to the area beyond this particular hiking trip with his college friends. They had selected the trail at random, following an online recommendation. Nothing in his background connected him to the other names adorning the wall. Attention then shifted to Mason's companions. Emily Chen, the group's photographer, submitted images captured throughout their excursion. Upon scrutiny, analysts noticed a disconcerting anomaly, a blurred figure lurking in the background of 3 separate photographs. A tall, slender silhouette, partially obscured by the trees. "We encountered no one else on our trek," Emily asserted. "We would have remembered." Detective Keller authorized a search of the house's interior. While the structure appeared abandoned and forlorn, a sinister revelation awaited in the basement. Personal effects of the missing hikers meticulously arranged on wooden shelves. Watches, backpacks, cameras, wallets, all labeled with names corresponding to those on the exterior wall. The evidence painstakingly documented, revealing aged bloodstains on the concrete floor, futilely scrubbed away over the years. Despite the absence of bodies beneath the house, cadaver dogs incessantly signaled toward the dense thicket at the rear of the property. As the investigation escalated, Detective Keller observed a shift in Mason's demeanor. He reported eerie incidents, whispers in the night, fresh footprints leading to his door but not away, shadowy figures observing from afar. Though assigned protection, Mason's paranoia escalated. A breakthrough emerged when archived land records unveiled the previous owner of the house, Victor Blackwood, a reclusive hunter who had vanished without a trace 15 years prior. Neighbors recalled fleeting encounters with a disturbingly tall, gaunt man who shunned society. His disappearance had never been probed. With a warrant secured, Detective Keller led a search into the surrounding forest. Amongst the trees, a network of crude hunting blinds was unearthed, strategically positioned along popular hiking routes. Within one blind, a journal held meticulous observations, hikers' details, routes, equipment, and habits. The handwriting matched known samples of Victor Blackwood's. The entries grew increasingly chilling, progressing from animal hunting tactics to the sinister pursuit of humans as prey. Detailed accounts of stalking each victim on the wall, including elaborate plans on target selection, filled the final pages. A manhunt for Blackwood ensued across jurisdictions, with aerial searches and ground units scouring every crevice. Yet Mason ceased communication. Responding officers discovered his vacant apartment, a freshly carved message on his bedroom wall: "The hunter becomes the hunted." Mason and the lead forensic technician vanished without a trace, prompting a continuous surveillance ring around the house. Motion detectors and cameras monitored every approach. 3 nights later, an alert sounded, capturing a tall, slender figure emerging from the forest on camera. Despite tactical teams closing in, the figure vanished into thin air, leaving no trace. To this day, the house remains under vigilant watch. Mason and the technician remain missing, the investigation ongoing as similar disappearances crop up in woodland regions. The names etched on the wall have become a chilling legend among law enforcement. Some officers dare not speak of them, while others shun the case entirely. Local hikers steer clear, fearful that mentioning the house could seal their fate with an unwritten name on that haunting list, names unspoken by anyone. Story 25. The mysterious box lay hidden beneath layers of forgotten memories in the attic, a silent witness to the passage of time within the old house. Amongst the dusty relics, faded Polaroids rested, capturing moments of joy and togetherness. But one photograph stood apart, shrouded in an unsettling aura that sent shivers down Rebecca's spine. In that eerie image, a family unknown to her sat in her very own living room, bathed in the soft glow of familiarity. Yet a dark figure lingered in the shadows, unnoticed by the smiling faces in the foreground. Rebecca's hand trembled as she held the photograph, the edges vibrating slightly as if echoing the tension in the air. Descending the creaking stairs, she felt the weight of the house press down upon her, suffocating her with its unspoken secrets. Placing the photograph on the cold kitchen counter, she scrutinized it under the unforgiving glare of the fluorescent light. The uncanny resemblance between her home and the strangers in the picture blurred the lines between reality and nightmare. Detective Morgan arrived, a figure of quiet authority draped in a weathered leather jacket that whispered of past investigations. His eyes, sharp and knowing, traced the details of the photograph with a keen gaze. Delving into the history of the house, he sought answers buried deep within the shadows of the past. The trail led to vanished families, each residing in the house for precisely 1 year before disappearing without a trace, leaving behind only echoes of their existence. As the investigation unfolded, a chilling pattern emerged, a pattern of families lost to the house, swallowed by its insatiable hunger for souls. The enigmatic figure in the hallway, captured in the Polaroid, became a focal point of the mystery, his presence a haunting reminder of a malevolent force lurking within the walls. Beneath the concrete floor of the basement, hidden truths awaited discovery. The ground-penetrating radar revealed a macabre secret: the remains of the missing families, frozen in time, their stories eternally intertwined with the house's dark legacy. Among the artifacts unearthed was a camera, a silent witness to the sinister events that had unfolded within those walls. Rebecca's world crumbled as the revelations unfolded, forcing her to confront the malevolent force that had ensnared her in its web. Seeking refuge in a hotel under police protection, she found herself pursued by an unseen presence, a specter from the past intent on reclaiming what was lost. The house, now a silent sentinel of horror, stood as a testament to the darkness that dwelled within its walls. The legacy of Samuel Whitfield, the enigmatic architect whose shadow loomed over the tragedy, remained a mystery shrouded in whispers and shadows. As the investigation lingered on, the truth remained elusive, slipping through the fingers of those who sought to unravel the enigma of the house's past. And in the depths of the night, the sound of a ringing phone echoed through the empty rooms, a chilling reminder that the specter of Samuel Whitfield still watched from the shadows, his presence a lingering threat to all who dared to uncover the truth. Story 26. The aged envelope, its corners tinged with the passage of time, held within it a fresh stamp, as if just whisked away by the post. With cautious hands, the detective unfolded the letter, revealing a single sheet of paper marked by hastily typed words. "I am sorry for what I did." A faint dampness clung to the paper, carrying a hint of iron in the air. It was only upon closer inspection that the reddish streak near the bottom edge caught their eye. Not ink, but blood. Detective Sarah Morgan, with practiced precision, secured the letter in an evidence bag, her gloved fingers betraying no emotion. The forensics team's findings confirmed her suspicions the blood was human, matching the DNA from a cold case that had lingered in the shadows of the department for years. The victim, a young journalist named Rebecca Warren, had met a tragic end in her own home, a canvas of stab wounds painting a grim picture. Her laptop vanished, notes scattered like fallen leaves, hinting at a connection to a story left unfinished. Despite tireless efforts, the case had remained unsolved until this cryptic letter landed at the precinct, bearing only the words Homicide Division. Few fingerprints adorned the paper and envelope, mere smudges whispering of gloved hands. The postmark, a solitary clue in a sea of uncertainties, beckoned the team to action. Morgan summoned her colleagues, their sanctuary adorned with images of past horrors and fruitless pursuits. Pinning the letter at the heart of the board, she declared, "This changes everything. Our perpetrator shows remorse." Detective James Chen, her steadfast partner, offered a counterpoint, "Or perhaps it's a masquerade, a play for our benefit." The trail led to a vintage typewriter, a relic of bygone days, its keys weaving a tale of their own. Antique shops and collectors became the new battleground as the team delved deeper into Rebecca's world. Her pursuit of truth, her relentless pursuit of justice, painted a portrait of a woman unafraid of shadows. Her latest venture into the lives of a prominent family unveiled secrets buried deep, a web of lies waiting to be unraveled. Interviews uncovered whispers of shadows trailing her, of fear lurking in the periphery. The arrival of a second letter, bearing the same blood-stained signature, extended the tendrils of suspicion to new heights. She unearthed the family's darkest secrets, the ink whispered, carrying echoes of a silenced truth. The mansion of the deceased patriarch became the battleground, where interviews with heirs bore fruit ripe with deceit. Richard, the eldest son, stood tall amidst his collection of antiquities, a facade crumbling under the weight of scrutiny. And Alina, the youngest daughter, held the key to a puzzle long unsolved, her silence betraying a well-kept secret. The hidden room, a chamber of shadows, revealed the sins of the past writ large, an intricate dance of deception and betrayal. A clandestine alliance between Richard and Michael, a dance of whispers and deceit, unfolded before the detective's eyes. Bank records whispered of transactions shrouded in darkness, leading to a truth too bitter to swallow. Confessions tumbled forth like stones in an avalanche, truths long buried clawing their way to the surface. Richard, a puppet master of his own making, found his strings severed, his fate sealed by the blood on his hands. The courtroom, a stage for justice, bore witness to the unraveling of a carefully crafted facade. Guilt and deceit intertwined in a dance as old as time, leading to a reckoning long overdue. The letters, stained with the weight of sins unspoken, stood as silent witnesses to a tale of tragedy and redemption. And as Rebecca's parents found solace in the closure brought by justice, the echoes of her story resonated through the halls of the precinct, a reminder that even the darkest secrets cast shadows in the light of truth. Story 27, The Enigmatic Mask. In a sleepy town where time seemed to stand still, there was a costume shop that had seen better days. Its windows were dusty, and its doors creaked with neglect. The owner had decided to close down, selling off the remnants of old inventory to anyone willing to take a piece of history home. One day, a woman entered the shop, her footsteps echoing softly against the worn wooden floors. She wandered through the aisles, fingers trailing over faded fabrics and forgotten trinkets. And then she saw a mask perched on a dusty shelf, its features delicate yet unsettlingly lifelike. As she picked up the mask, a chill ran down her spine. There was something about it that drew her in, despite the cashier's hesitant expression when she placed it on the counter. "That's not ours," he muttered, confusion clouding his eyes. The woman checked the tag, but there was none to be found. Shrugging off the cashier's unease, she decided to take the mask home with her. That night, as the moon cast a silvery glow through her window, she woke to a soft sound, a whisper of fabric shifting in the darkness. Her heart quickened as she sat up in bed, eyes scanning the room, and there it was on her nightstand, facing her, the mask. The woman, known as Catherine Reed, felt a shiver of fear creep up her spine. How had the mask moved from the dresser to her nightstand? What unseen force had brought it to this new, unsettling position? Days passed, and then a neighbor found Catherine's front door ajar, morning light spilling into the darkness of her home like a silent intruder. Curiosity turned to horror as the neighbor discovered Catherine lying motionless on her bedroom floor, the mask nowhere to be found. Detective Morgan was called to the scene, where the stillness of the house seemed to hold its breath in anticipation. Shutters clicked rhythmically in the breeze, a haunting backdrop to the hushed voices of the investigators. There were no signs of forced entry, no clues to unravel the mystery that lingered in the air like a ghostly presence. The detective's sharp gaze swept across the room, absorbing every detail: the partially opened drawer, the lipstick-stained water glass, the ordinary yet eerie tableau of a life cut short. The medical examiner's examination yielded no clear cause of death, only a frozen expression of terror etched into Catherine's features. Catherine had been a woman of quiet habits, an art appraiser with a keen eye for detail and authenticity. Her colleagues spoke of her talents, her ability to discern the genuine from the fake with precision. But had her discerning eye led her down a path she could not escape? The investigation took a chilling turn when security footage from the costume shop revealed the cashier's confusion over the mask's origins. The owner's admission of strange occurrences linked to items from a deceased collector's estate raised more questions than answers. Forensics uncovered microscopic fibers on Catherine's fingertips, a strange blend of materials hinting at a dark and ancient secret. Each thread wove a tale of past tragedies, of masks that brought terror and death in their wake, leaving behind a trail of unsolved mysteries. A retired detective shared a revelation, a journal hidden in Catherine's apartment, detailing her growing fear of the malevolent presence that lurked within the mask. Ancient symbols, a ritual of soul transference, a cycle of death and rebirth, all connected to the haunting artifact that now lay dormant, waiting for its next victim. As the investigation unfolded, the truth emerged like a specter from the shadows. Extreme fear had stopped Catherine's heart, a terror so profound it defied explanation. Surveillance footage captured a figure leaving her home, wearing the mask like a macabre disguise, moving with a familiarity that chilled the detective's bones. The mask vanished, only to resurface months later in a distant vintage shop, its dark allure drawing in a new unsuspecting buyer. The cycle continued, a never-ending dance of death and fear that defied rationality and reason. The detective, haunted by Catherine's journal and the weight of unsolved mysteries, kept the truth close, a silent witness to the enigma that still